yeah. I think the live is starting now again.
Yeah, it's probably a new link then.
Is it? I don't think so. It's the same. Chat. Shit, man.
Okay.
Hey, can you guys drop it there?
Heeft iemand nog toegang aan de live chat?
Ik heb dinges. Ik heb hem al naar jullie.
Heeft iemand nog in de originele?
Oh, wat fucked up, man. Oh, we are live. Hey.
You're live, my guy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. So guys, we are live back again. Let's see. We go back into the channel. There's something terrible happened. We dropped out of the channel, unfortunately. For some reason, something happened. My apologies. I think that's my biggest mistake that we did. So can you guys please make sure to join over here? Can you guys join? Hey, Simon, thank you very much for joining. Let's continue in this way. Look, let me tell you this. Fortunately, it's very sad that this happened, because I pressed by accident the ending of the call, you know, by accident. It happened by accident, and now actually it's actually a good thing because we had a lot of time left, so maybe we can get in with this. So hopefully everyone will switch over quickly over this channel so we can continue with the talk. Simon, would you like to? We have a few questions. Let's see actually if many people joined already in this session. Zelia, are you able to see people coming, or they are now in the new chat, or everyone is joining? Let's give it a couple of seconds. Guys, again, my apologies. This is my fault. I did it by accident. I pressed the ending of the call, and now all of a sudden the YouTube channel also changes. It's very sad that that happened. So this brings new chances for everyone, new opportunity. Make sure you like, subscribe, also join, comment so that we can select the winner. But first, let's switch over to the questions that we have for Simon. Simon, that was an amazing talk. We really enjoyed it, and I think many people will join in a minute. First of all, I have one question that's on my head. Every time new protection comes out, we always get this question, now it's game over. Now it's game over. It's not going to happen. What do you think of that? When Scudo came out, I think a lot of people were saying the same, like it's not exploitable and more protection. Like, what is your opinion? Yeah, you proved it actually, but...
Yeah, so there are now also a couple of public blog posts which discuss this for vulnerabilities where real-life exploits were used to target Samsung devices and so on. So yeah, I guess it gets harder by the minute, by the year. Definitely, there are great shifts happening also with MTE, for example, and all this stuff. But yeah, I guess it's proven to still be possible. I think the whole putting objects into separate regions based on their allocation sizes definitely decreases the objects you can use for creating adjacent objects you want to override and so on. But yeah, to answer your question, it definitely gets harder. It decreases the options also, and yeah.
To be honest, that brings me to another question, because how well can someone, how well can we protect ourselves if someone has like a good read-write primitive in their hand? Like,
definitely.
Do you think it's still, even like modern, like very modern? This is very modern, of course, Scudo, but like any others, like in your opinion, like read-write is already. Like we saw this in this example, right? If you have a leak, it's pretty much easy, game over.
Yeah, definitely. If you are able to leak some pointers, create these desired layouts, yeah, you still have a good leverage on the application. So I recently started to study the iOS libmalloc, and it follows a similar principle with these putting objects into different bins, it's called there. And yeah, with MTE we will have to see if just read write
Yeah.
is
Yeah, I remember that when all this talks also for the iOS, right? The new protection on the iOS, it became like a big thing in the industry. Like everyone was talking about, like now it's game over. But I think it's already, I guess it's already people are finding ways to do this kind of stuff. So this brings me to you. Do you because you also helped a lot with building the Android Userland fuzzing course together. Now Simon also contributed to it. Actually, to be honest, like everyone within our team has contributed to that course, so that we created like a lot of cool stuff. Simon is, by the way, Simon is not part of our team. Simon was actually someone who took the course, and then we saw the great stuff he is doing. He built an exploit using with Scudo. Then we asked him like, hey, would you like to help us with building the next module? This is why he created the new module. We are very excited about it. It's pretty cool because yeah, it's very unique in my opinion as well, because we have full labs. And you were also pretty much involved with setting up things with Simon.
Yeah, I think it was really great indeed that people from our course indeed actively contribute and also share additional knowledge also in Discord. So yeah, that's indeed really great. Also, yeah, with those new techniques like J and malloc, for me, I'm also more an AppSec guy from the beginning, but I also learned a lot last year also about low level. So that's just different type of techniques like J and malloc with all the bucket sizes, that kind of things. But it was also really cool indeed to keep up to date, of course, and also get a hang of the latest protection. So that's really cool that also someone like Simon really explains that really well.
So Simon, let's see if there are any other questions from within the chat. So guys, I'm going to say one more time, we lost a lot of people because we switched over from channel. Maybe that's actually a good thing right now for some of you. I hope Zelia and the rest of this team that's sitting here, can you make sure that everyone tries to move over, send more messages? The thing is, we're going to start with another giveaway right now. So make sure you right now comment in the chat. Also, not the like is not that important, I guess, but you need to comment so that we can select you from the winners. We're going to give away right now one of the Android Userland Fuzzing Exploitation course, which is worth 2,000 euros, 2,075. Now you can get it. We also have, I think I remember there are still seats, but the cat woman is coming in a couple of seconds. You guys are going to see. So let's first do the prize giveaway. In the meantime, you can still ask questions in the chat as well. And I see a lot of people commenting. We're going to do this right now, guys. Let me share my screen and let's switch over. Let's see. Okay, guys, this was random stuff. That was the previous winner. So let's see. Now we're going to select a new one. I need to get the new link before we start. Okay, guys, it's one more chance you have. Please make sure you subscribe also to the channel to make sure that you get a chance to win. So here we go. We're going to select one more winner. And to make this even more exciting, we decided even to do one more thing. I will announce that after this giveaway. Here's a YouTube giveaway. Okay, here we go. We will have one winner for the Android Userland Fuzzing and Exploitation course. There are 228 people right now watching. I think we lost almost 150 people. So this is your chance to win. I think it's actually great for some people. Everyone is in this list. Let me know. Here we go, guys. One giveaway. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I think it's Elena Selkanina, 1608. Congratulations, you're the winner. You won the Android Userland Fuzzing and Exploitation course for 90 days exam as well. You can collect your prize. Make sure to chat in the chat. As also promised, we have some other discounts as well. I think our chat will drop that. People will drop that in the chat. There are 75 discounts also, 75% discount for the course. Arno, you developed a lot of Android Userland fuzzing modules, especially on the fuzzing part. Before we go into that, I want to make sure that everyone understands we're going to give right now in the same sessions, because we have still some time left. We will use that to give extra giveaways. We're going to give 4 extra CIPT in a couple of seconds. Arno, before we jump into that, we'll give everyone more chance to comment, subscribe, and so that they make chance to winning. Arno, can you tell us a little bit more about the fuzzing modules that you developed? I think Praveen also helped a lot. He's sitting on that side right now.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I think I also learned it from Praveen and from you guys in the beginning. But yeah, indeed, I assisted with the fuzzing part of the training. So fuzzing is basically just testing with random inputs. So you have different types of fuzzing. You have dumb fuzzing and smart fuzzing. So there are some tools you can use like Radamsa to do dumb fuzzing, to just feed random inputs. But in the Android Userland training, we really do different type of fuzzing. We have black box fuzzing, gray box fuzzing, and especially the gray box fuzzing and instrumented fuzzing. Those are the important parts of fuzzing. So we start with some white box example, for example, with libfuzzer, which is part of the C compiler. So that's really a white box approach of fuzzing. So if you want to learn fuzzing, you can find some basic examples of open source libraries, and then, for example, use libfuzzer. And also one other important fuzzer is AFL++. This is more black box or gray box. And also within Android, you can instrument those native libraries, because that's one of the main things also of the Userland course. If you're familiar with application security, you might test all the web views, links, and really the user interface. But for the fuzzing, we really target on those native libraries, and also in popular messaging apps like WhatsApp, Telegram. They have those image parsing libraries, and for those image parsers, you can also find previous CVEs and then create fuzzing harnesses. So that is really
So basically,
sorry.
That was a long answer, but thank you very much for
Yeah.
the very detailed explanation. But it's very good. I think what is great for people to know is that many of these fuzzing examples are based on real world examples. So like real world scenarios, real world CVEs. We for the upcoming course, and I think I can announce it now. Some of you are asking for a long time about it. We are developing right now the iOS Userland Fuzzing and Exploitation course, and I think within the next coming weeks, I'm looking at Praveen and some of the team members here before I say something that I shouldn't say, but within the coming weeks, we hope to release the first announcement and a syllabus already. It's going to be exciting. We have some great examples, the same as with the Android Userland fuzzing with real world fuzzing examples. We have a bunch of them for iOS, real specific cases, very recent ones as well. So it's going to be exciting. Right now, what we will do is, I just got to hear that we are not connected with the correct microphone. No, we are. Okay. So what we will do right now, we'll select a few more winners. But first of all, let me check if there are any more questions for Simon. Anyone has any questions still for Simon left?
I have seen some, and can
Let's
just
go then for them.
address them. So one of you asked, inside untrusted app on regular device, not rooted, system is not that useful. So yeah, basically this is just what you get if you if the app is installed from the App Store. It's running in the untrusted app as a Linux context, and yeah, that's your first way in most of the time, I would say. And then you just have to figure out what is allowed with this within this constrained context. and further leverage this. Yeah. Okay. And one of you asked, is there an overlap in techniques for iOS and Android? It's a bit hard to tell. As I would think about it, if you are good in exploitation on Windows, you can use this knowledge to transfer this to exploitation on Linux. If you are good on Linux, you can transfer this knowledge to other, to Android, to iOS. So this is how I think about it. Also, this goes the same with assembly. If you are good at x86 assembly or x86 64, you can use that knowledge to get quite good, get good quite fast on another architecture. So this is how I would think about it. As mentioned previously, now the new allocator for new Userland heap allocator for iOS goes the same route with these regions or bins. So similar sized objects are put into more or less the same region. Yeah, I hope this answers your question. And one asked, are Scudo chunks metadata inexploitable? Also, the checksum means metadata should be immutable, right? So to modify any of these fields within the Scudo header, you would need to make the checksum still compute. So you would need to have a leak of so in the best case, you would have a leak of the random 32-bit value and of the random 32-bit cookie value, and then you would have the leak of the chunk pointer, and then you could construct arbitrary Scudo headers for this block. But getting heap pointer leaks is not that easy, as it's not stored in line. And also the checksum means metadata should be immutable, right? Yeah, so this is the overall idea that only the allocator itself, who knows the secrets, can modify it. So yeah, this is the idea. A fun thing, this is one of the exercises we have left in the Scudo module, is do you really need to restore the full header, or can you corrupt the header and the exploit still works? So I'll leave it at that to leave it for you to learn. It's a great thing. So yeah, that's basically it. What I have written down for the questions.
Amazing. Thank you very much. This was amazing. Simon, thank you so much for the talk and also for the module that you created. Let's now select more winners. I mean, we are Santa Claus today, so we're going to give more stuff away. Thank you, Simon. It was amazing speaking with you and contributing to this conference. Let's switch over. We're going to select new winners. Again, this is going to be a CIPT, CAPT exam for the next winner. We will do 4 times. We'll select 4 winners. So keep that in mind. That's going to happen in a couple of minutes. So I guess we can do it like this or no? This
yes.
Or like this.
Well,
yeah,
let's
do
fine.
it. This is good. Here we go, people. The next winner of our
One by one.
Yeah, we're going to select them one by one so that we have more chance. More people have more chance. If you haven't subscribed and if you haven't commented yet, make sure you comment and subscribe to the channel. Subscribing is very important. Make sure that you are actually part of this journey. I'm going to now do the picking. Next one is again. Previously, we have had a winner of the Userland Fuzzing Exploitation. Yes. Now we're going to give away 4 times. This is the first 4 times the CIPT and CAPT exam bundle. So you get 2 of them for free. Here we go. The first winner is going to be selected. Oh yeah, we can select 4 of them directly here. Okay, we'll select 4 winners simultaneously. 1, 2, 3, 4 winners, people. Here we go. Make sure you are you like, comment. I'll wait a couple of seconds. Make sure you ask your friends to join. Just send it out. Just send everyone in, and then let's do this. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Let's go for it. Start. 4 winners for CIPT, CAPT. Make sure you are in the channel. You need to claim your prize as well. All right, here we go. Tanzan 1676. You won one CIPT, CAPT exam. Jeffrey Gonzalez, way 9. You also won. Congratulations. Bert02 also won. And Nico Zias, congratulations, people. You all won the CIPT, CAPT exams. That means you can go and do the course online that we have on our YouTube channel. You can now join that and have and do a free exam. Make sure to reach out in the chat. We will reach out to you and make sure that you get your voucher. All right, I think that is the one for the giveaway. Arno, what else have we for the program for today? We have quite a bit of interesting talks upcoming. Can you tell a little bit more about them?
Yeah, I think we're quite ahead of schedule indeed, so we're going quite nice. And yeah, for today we have quite more talks. We also have a CTF ongoing. We saw that quite some people already solved the first 2 challenges, so that's also really cool. Over 300 participants. And yeah, for the next talk, we have the digital forensics topic from Gersi. He's also one of our trainers who was also we met a couple weeks ago. He's also a really nice guy and he's really knowledgeable. He did some nice master teachers as well about quick retrieving of forensic evidence in the field. So he did really interesting things and he has a lot of knowledge of both Android and iOS. So that's at least one of the next talk for today.
Yeah, so we have amazing talks upcoming, and I think the next one is going to start. Let me check quickly. Ends practical heap exploitation. We have still 30 minutes left for the next talk to be starting. So what we will do is open here. Give me a second. We are now live still till 3 o'clock. So we have 30 minutes more left. If anyone in the chat has any questions, please feel free to ask them. We're going to drop into a little break as well, I believe, so that everyone can go to the washroom and come back. We'll leave the live session open, so you can still stay in the live session. And in the 30 minutes later, we will open the session again, so you can enjoy the. Once we open it. Again, I guess we will start with another giveaway. So tell us actually in the chat what type of stuff you would like to see us give away as well. All right, guys. So what we will do right at the moment, I think it's a great moment to have a short break. We will start at 3 o'clock. That means like 25 minutes from now, we will open the session again and wait for everyone to join. So thank you very much. And thank you for being here. In a couple of minutes, we're going to continue again. Let's switch over. All right, guys. So, thank you so much already. So let me stop sharing. The session is going to start already. So we have a couple of minutes for more people to join. Let's make sure that more people are joining. Thank you all for joining already and being part of this first mobile hacking conference. We have some guest speakers that will come in between these talks. There will be giveaways given after this talk as well. The first talk that will come in a couple of minutes is from Gersi. Gersi has built also a course on our platform, Android forensics, and he is now developing an iOS forensic course. He will explain how exploitation is being used to get access to mobile devices to do forensics. But as you know, as some of you might know, this is also a big problem because if you get access to mobile devices during some law enforcement, you cannot always use those stuff as evidence. I'm not an expert in that field, so I will let Gersi's talk do the rest. We'll start in a couple of minutes again. Guys, make sure you are actually commenting and make sure that you like and that you're part of. The most important thing is that you are subscribed to the channel and that you comment on the chat, because we will select in a couple of minutes again winners for more. We will first of all give one more course away from Gersi, who will talk in a couple of minutes. And by the way, a lot of the winners have been reaching out to us. It's very busy here. We get a lot of requests coming in. There are a bunch of people sitting here on this side that are trying to answer all the questions. We highly appreciate all the enthusiastic people within the chats as well. All right, guys. We have now 238 people. We'll just wait just a little bit more until the rest has joined. No, in the meantime, we worked together with Gersi quite a little bit on this course. Maybe we can already start with that. So if you can come a little bit closer, because we got some comments from the chat saying that we had bad sound. So you actually helped to set up the infrastructure. Can you tell a little bit more about Gersi's course and the infrastructure, how it is built?
Yeah, I think it's nice with VM with all the tools installed you need, so you can use that during the course. And yeah, it was also really nice to work together with Gersi. He knows a lot about forensics. So for me, it's also quite a new topic with all the different stages. So yeah, it was really nice to work together and also learn from him while assisting with the course. So yeah, overall was really nice cooperation. We started with Android and now we move on with iOS. So overall, great, I think.
Yeah, amazing. So without losing too much time, I think in a couple of seconds, let's wait just a couple of minutes more until Gersi, until more people join, because we will do the giveaway. Now, what I find interesting is that, as you know, is getting the access to devices while they are locked is actually another thing than pawning a phone when someone receives messages or opens something, which can be quite a complex thing. And I'm actually looking very forward to the talk of Gersi. So, anyone, I can see in the chats quite a little bit of discussion ongoing about like giving course giveaways. Yes, we are doing that. Trust me, during this day, you will see many more giveaways. We have a bunch of very large giveaways that will happen as well during this day. Okay, let's start with the next talk. After the talk, you all can answer questions. Please make sure to drop your questions, also comment.
Welcome to this presentation about breaking into mobile devices for law enforcement. In this presentation, we will focus on a specific methodology on extracting user evidence from mobile devices, which is agentic-based exploitation workflows. In this presentation, we will introduce the concept of agent-based acquisitions in modern mobile digital forensics and explain why today's Android and iOS security architectures increasingly require controlled runtime components to access user data in a forensically sound manner. We will then examine the generic design of such agents, including their communication layers, environment, profiling modules, capability brokers, acquisition engines, integrity mechanisms, and audit logging components. After that, we will explore exploit packages from an architectural perspective, discussing how they are structured, versioned, and aligned with specific device conditions within a controlled execution framework. We will then walk through the full workflow of retrieving user data from device enumeration and secure session establishment to capability validation, structured evidence extraction, hashing, journaling, and then finishing with cleanup. A few words about my background. I am a security researcher specializing in mobile device security and vulnerability research with a primary focus on platform internals, exploitation techniques, and their controlled application in law enforcement and digital forensic contexts. I currently work as a digital forensics laboratory technician in Vienna, where my day-to-day responsibilities involve the acquisition, preservation, and technical analysis of user data from a wide range of digital devices, including smartphones and embedded systems. My work includes interpreting low-level artifacts, validating evidence integrity, and supporting investigative workflows through structured data extraction and correlation. In addition, I also have experience in controlled online investigative methodologies, including the use of monitored digital personas to observe behavioral patterns, interaction networks, and communication dynamics among suspects of interest within specific geographic areas, with the objective of course, identifying illegal activities and enabling timely investigative responses. Before we move into agent-based acquisition workflows, it is important to understand how mobile forensic extractions traditionally work without deploying runtime components onto the device. Non-agent forensic acquisition relies entirely on capabilities that already exist within the operating system, vendor-provided interfaces, or legacy system behaviors. Instead of introducing additional code or attempting privilege escalation, the forensic tool interacts only with officially exposed communication channels and trusted system services as well. On Android devices, investigators rely on mechanisms such as ADB when USB debugging was enabled. Under appropriate authorization, ADB allows logical extraction through file polls, shell interaction, and limited access to the application data depending on operating system version and permission scope. Earlier Android versions also supported Android backup functionality, which enabled structured application data extraction without requiring root access. However, this feature has been heavily restricted or removed on modern devices. In older systems, additionally, there are other techniques such as AP key downgrade methods or vendor-specific recovery modes which provide expanded logical access. Whereas on iOS devices, non-agent acquisition primarily rely on trusted pairing relationship between the device and a forensic workstation, with a typical iTunes backup or advanced logical acquisition as an option. An agent in the context of modern mobile digital forensics is a specialized piece of software that is temporarily deployed onto a target mobile device with the purpose of interacting directly with the operating system in order to extract user evidence. Unlike traditional static tools that rely on exposed system interfaces, an agent operates within the device environment itself, allowing controlled execution of acquisition routines under carefully managed conditions. Importantly, the agent is not intended to be a permanent installation. It is rather designed to exist only for the duration of the forensic session, after which it is removed in a controlled cleanup process to preserve forensic soundness. Technically speaking, an agent should not be understood as a single monolithic program. Instead, it is better described as a collection of coordinated networking modules that together provide acquisition capability. These modules typically include communication components that maintain a secure channel with the forensic workstation environment, and as well as environment profiling within the device, made up of routines that determine device state and capabilities, acquisition engines that perform structured data collection, integrity mechanisms that compute hashes and generate manifests, as well as logging systems that document every action performed during the session. In addition, agents often include capability verification routines that confirm actual access levels rather than relying on assumed privilege changes. This modular structure allows the agent to adapt dynamically to different devices, operating system versions, and acquisition scopes while maintaining predictable and auditable behavior. A key design principle in agent-based acquisition is minimal device alteration. The agent is engineered to operate with the least intrusive footprint possible. It is typically deployed in temporary storage locations, runs in memory where feasible, and avoids modifying persistent system structures unless absolutely necessary. But the latter is usually always not taken into consideration. Any temporary artifacts created during operation are tracked and removed during cleanup. This approach is essential to maintaining evidential integrity, as already mentioned, and ensuring that the acquisition process can be explained and defended in legal or investigative contexts. From an operational perspective, there are generally two conceptual deployment strategies that can be distinguished. The first is that we can call privilege first deployment. In this model, a mechanism is executed to obtain the necessary access level to the operating system before the agent is fully initialized. Once the sufficient privileges are available, the agent is deployed and begins performing structured acquisition tasks within that elevated context. The second model is an agent first or agentic first deployment. Here, a minimal agent capability is placed onto the device and it runs with limited capabilities. That agent then performs environment checks, prepares the execution context, and orchestrates any additional steps required to reach the access level that is needed for the full file system acquisition in most cases. For agentic-based acquisition to function reliably, the mobile device must first be placed into a controlled operational state that allows both stable and meaningful data accessibility. In most practical scenarios, the device must be unlocked, and that's what we are going to treat in this presentation as well. Modern mobile operating systems protect user data using encryption systems that release critical decryption keys only after successful user authentication. If those keys are not present in memory, even privileged system interaction may not provide access to usable plaintext data. In other words, technical capability alone is not sufficient. The device must also be in the correct authentication state, therefore, for this method to work. On Android devices, a primary technical requirement is the availability of the authorized Android debug bridge communication channel. This typically requires USB debugging to be enabled and the forensic workstation to be trusted by the device. Once this trust relationship is established, the workstation can issue controlled commands, deploy runtime components, and maintain a persistent communication session throughout the acquisition process. Other than USB debugging, there's usually a media transfer protocol enabled in the USB standard configuration, as well as the screen log set to none. However, modern mobile security architectures introduce additional layers of protection that complicate these preparations. When considering, for example, biometric authentication systems such as Face ID on iOS and policy-driven protections such as stolen device protection, which are designed to restrict sensitive operations even when the device is powered on and physically accessible. These mechanisms may therefore enforce repeated authentication, impose timing restrictions, or prevent certain security relevant changes when the device is outside trusted environments. Some commercial forensic platforms claim acquisition capability even when such protections are active, but the technical methods used to navigate those conditions are typically not publicly documented. From a forensic workflow perspective, what matters is that these protections shift acquisition feasibility away from purely technical interaction and toward careful management of the device's state. Once the device is in a suitable operational state, the next step is to establish a structured communication session between the forensic workstation and the mobile operating system. Modern smartphones do not behave like removable storage media that can simply be mounted and imaged. Instead, they present themselves as complex composite USB devices exposing multiple logical interfaces. The forensic adapter must enumerate the device's USB descriptors, identify available communication interfaces, and negotiate a protocol that supports bidirectional command exchange. This process begins with enumeration. Firstly, the adapter queries the device, selects the appropriate interface, and initiates persistent session. Conceptually, this is a controlled request and response relationship in which the workstation acts as the active initiator. It sends structured requests and receives formally defined replies from the mobile's operating system. At this stage, the system is establishing reliable transport but not collecting evidence yet. On Android, communication typically occurs through the Android debug bridge transport layer when USB debugging is enabled and the host is also authorized. ADB is a persistent client-server architecture operating under USB endpoints, and after authentication, which is typically through host key authorization, the workstation can open long-lived logical channels that allow system interrogation. Through these channels, the forensic platform can query device properties such as operating system, build identifiers, security patch level, hardware model, CPU architecture, as well as other system characteristics without installing any software yet. On iOS, the communication model is fundamentally a little bit different. Apple does not provide a general debugging channel equivalent to ADB, but instead communication is mediated by the lockdown service. The workstation establishes a trust-bearing relationship that communicates with specific internal services over the USB multiplexing layer. Interaction is service-based rather than command-based, meaning the workstation sends structured requests and receives structured replies, typically serialized in controlled data formats. The architectural distinction is important because the Android exposes, as we said, the command execution interface, and iOS exposes a control service invocation interface. Therefore, the forensic workstation and or application must determine the right communication channel after firstly enumerating and recognizing the mobile device's operating system. Once the device has been profiled and the forensic platform has determined that the agent-based workflow is required, the next step is the controlled delivery of the acquisition runtime to the mobile device. Agent delivery is not simply a file transfer, but it is the introduction of a managed execution environment whose behavior must be predictable, observable, and reversible. The agent is treated as a temporary forensic runtime component that operates only within the scope of the acquisition session. Delivery occurs over the already established and authenticated communication channel. Because this transport session is persistent and stateful, the forensic workstation can transfer the runtime in structured segments, confirm receipt, and verify integrity before activation. This ensures that the deployed runtime exactly matches what the workstation intended to deliver. Before the agent is initialized, the platform performs compatibility validation. The runtime package is matched against the previously constructed device profile in order to confirm that the operating system version, hardware model, and communication permissions support the execution. This prevents deployment in unsupported environments where unpredictable behavior could occur and ensures that the process remains technically and forensically defensible. When deployed, the runtime is placed into temporary storage or memory-based execution contexts wherever possible. It is specifically engineered to minimize persistent system modification. All staging locations and temporary artifacts are recorded so that they can later be removed in a controlled cleanup process, which we will be looking at in the end. After staging, the agent initializes but does not immediately perform acquisition yet. Its first responsibility is, of course, environment confirmation. It verifies that communication remains stable, that authentication conditions have not changed, and that execution permissions are consistent with the assumptions made during profiling phase. If additional capability expansion is required, the agent becomes the orchestrator of that process. It manages the preparation, monitoring, and verification of any auxiliary modules needed to transition the device into an acquisition-capable state. If the previous phase determines that expanded system interaction is required and that compatible pathway exists for the specific device configuration, the forensic platform performs a controlled capability transition. In an agent-based workflow, an exploit package is not treated as a standalone tool that executes freely. Instead, it is handled as a managed module operating under the control of the agent runtime. Every stage of its life cycle, meaning delivery, validation, staging, execution, and outcome assessment, is governed by a defined control plane. This ensures that capability expansion is not assumed but formally validated and measured. A compliant capability transition package is typically delivered as a structured archive that defines both its identity and its operational contract with the runtime, as well as its version number. Structurally, such a package contains several required components. First, it includes a package manifest, typically in a structured format such as manifest.json or manifest.plist. The manifest defines the package identifier and version, target platform, which is Android or iOS in this case, supported device models, supported operating system, and patch ranges, declared operational conditions, and the defined escalation vector. Preconditions may include requirements such as unlocked device state, authorized ADB communication, or trusted pairing in iOS. The manifest also defines a named entry point, which is the executable or module that the runtime will invoke. Second, the package contains cryptographic integrity artifact. At minimum, this includes secure hashing algorithm 256 hash of the archive. Higher assurance implementations may also include digital signatures or certificate chains. These mechanisms allow the workstation to authenticate what it is sending and allow the agent to record exactly what was executed for evidentiary traceability. Third, the package includes the entry point payload directory, commonly named as payload, but naming conventions can differentiate between different software. This directory contains platform-specific components such as native binaries, helper modules, or launcher stubs that perform the capability transition. These elements remain abstract from the agent's perspective, meaning the runtime interacts only through the defined entry point interface. Fourth, the archive includes a configuration schema and default parameters, for example, schema.json or defaults.json. These allow the workstation to generate a deterministic runtime configuration, such as environment selectors, acquisition timeout, retry behavior, and telemetry levels, without embedding environment-specific logic directly into the payload. Fifth, the package may contain support utilities such as decompression helpers, verification tools, or probing components, along with a defined output structure for structured telemetry. This telemetry can be hash chained into the agent's tamper evident logging framework. Finally, the package includes cleanup directives. These explicitly define which temporary files, staging locations, and configuration changes the runtime may create, thus allowing predictable and verifiable removal after execution. Because this is a managed module, firstly, it is delivered through the already established communication session. The runtime does not execute the module immediately upon arrival, but its first responsibility is validation. The agent verifies archive integrity, parses the manifest, and compares declared compatibility constraint against the previously collected device profile. It confirms that the operating system version, build range, hardware model, and declared preconditions all match the current environment. This prevents the execution if in unsupported conditions and breaks down the execution, alerting the investigator that there is no suitable method found. Then comes the staging and controlled execution. Once validated, the runtime stages the payload into a temporary execution environment rather than persistent system locations. Extraction is logged, staging paths are recorded, and the entry point is registered under agent supervision. Before execution begins, the agent prepares the monitoring mechanisms. These are not concerned with the internal workings of the payload, but with externally observable system behavior. The runtime prepares to detect measurable changes, for example, newly accessible file system paths, changes in system interface responses, or newly permitted operations. Execution is then initiated under full agent supervision. The module operates as a subordinate component whose life cycle is controlled by the runtime. Throughout execution, telemetry is transmitted to the forensic workstation, and formal state transitions are recorded. After a capability transition, the system must ensure the resulting access is stable enough for acquisition. In agent-based forensics, escalation is usually temporary and session-bound. It is often lost on reboot and sometimes sensitive to state changes. So the goal here is not permanence, the goal is reliability for the duration of the acquisition window. Immediately after execution, the environment may be transient. The runtime may need to reestablish its working context so it can operate predictably, reinitializing internal service connections, spawning controlled worker context, and reattaching acquisition subsystems to the updated privilege state. This is stabilization by turning short-lived capability change into an acquisition-ready operating condition. Next comes scope mapping. The system tests what it can actually do now across multiple domains. It may probe whether protected application directories can be enumerated, whether system configuration stores become readable, whether specific interfaces respond with expanded results, as well as detect how much storage has been found that should be ready for the extraction. These tests are not performed to push boundaries, but to define the safe extraction envelope, what the tool can do consistently without destabilizing the device or generating ambiguous results. Next comes the phase after the operating system has been accessed, when the investigator is prompted to select the target acquisition that they want to perform, which can be full file system or triage or selective applications. In full file system modes, the agent performs controlled traversal of accessible directories and records structure, metadata, and object relationships. In triage or selective modes, it targets specific artifact sources, such as communication databases, media collection, or system logs, while still documenting what was examined and what was collected. The key principle is that the acquisition result must reflect both content and scope, what was accessible, what was requested, what was retrieved, and what was unreachable. As data is read, integrity is computed immediately. Each file or data segment is hashed as it is acquired, and hashes are bound to metadata describing origin path, timestamps, acquisition order, and context. This produces verifiable evidence units rather than raw copied data. It also reduces ambiguity later. The platform can demonstrate that a specific evidence object corresponds to a specific source location at a specific time under a specific runtime state. Of course, if this is a capability that the software supports. The workflow typically uses streaming rather than transmitted the workflow typically uses streaming rather than local accumulation. Data is read in chunks and transmitted incrementally to the workstation. This reduces device footprint, limits temporary storage usage, and allows the workstation to verify integrity as data arrives. The workstation receives segments, verifies them using the transmitted hashes, and stores them inside an evidence repository while preserving the structure captured during enumeration. During extraction, continuous monitoring remains critical if access changes mid-session because the device locks, an authentication policy triggers, or an interface becomes restricted, meaning the runtime records the event and adjusts accordingly. On iOS, protection classes and authentication windows can change data availability, so periodic checks are used to confirm that previously accessible protected stores remain readable again. In the end, we have the cleanup process. After extraction completes, the device is no longer being used as an acquisition platform, but the runtime environment still exists and must be terminated cleanly. This phase is about documentation, controlled removal, and not anymore for evidence access. First, the platform performs integrity reconciliation. Throughout acquisition, data was streamed with hashes and metadata, and the workstation verified segments as they arrived. At closure, the agent generates a final acquisition manifest representing everything enumerated, everything successfully collected, and everything that was examined but not accessible. Sometimes the latter might not be documented, but the first two, of course, are nearly always present in an acquisition document, as well as things related to the case, investigator, case number, and other metadata about the device. The workstation compares this manifest against received artifacts and stores hash results. Second, the runtime exports a complete activity log package. This includes the timeline of phase transitions, capability verification results, module staging, and execution environments. Execution events, as well as any error code during acquisition that could have broken up the extraction process. These logs are evidentiary accountability that are needed in order to let the investigator know if further research is sometimes necessary in order to find a suitable exploit that can access the operating system and therefore support a full file system acquisition in most of the cases. By the end of this phase, three outcomes must be true: the evidence set is complete and validated, the audit record is preserved, and the device is returned as closely as possible to its pre-acquisition state within the constraints of any unavoidable operational effects, should these be forensic sound and tested, of course, in a laboratory. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. This was amazing. Gersi, thank you so much for the amazing talk. We have Gersi in our conversation. So let me stop sharing before I press the wrong button again, like I did previously, and closed off the whole meeting. So that's not going to happen again. I'll tell you that. I'll open the sharing of this screen already because give me a second, guys. Something weird is ongoing here. Well, so I know it's very excited for everyone. So before we jump into the questions, I know all of you are waiting for the next prize giveaways. We're going to do that in a couple of minutes over here. So as we all know already from the people that are already in here, make sure you hit like, subscribe to our channel, and comment, because you will be selected from the comments. The next giveaway, after the questions, you'll still have some time to comment. Comment as much as you can, drop as much as you can. And right now, we'll first answer all the questions from Gersi. We'll start with a few questions that we have for him and then give you guys the opportunity. With every question, you also make an entry in this giveaway. Gersi, welcome, my friend. Thank you so much for joining the session with us and for the great presentation. Thank you very much. So yeah,
Thanks a lot for the kind words.
it's a very fun event. This is the first time we all do it together as well. It's very exciting, and I think things are going pretty well right now. So Gersi, tell us a little bit more about yourself. We know you are very specialized in forensics. You do this for your day-to-day job, from what we know. Can you tell a little bit more about yourself, and then let's move into some of the questions we have.
Yes, of course. So I kind of said 2 or 3 things about myself in the beginning of the presentation, but if I want to go deeper, I am, of course, specialized in mobile forensics for legal procedures that need to present the user evidence in court, whereas privately I am being specialized in exploitation and vulnerability research that aligns with the needs of forensic, of chaining the exploitation with the forensic area. Let's put it like that. Other than that, I'm also specialized in some other things that I do in investigations that are related to the suspicious activities within a city. And it's been something I've been doing for years. It's kind of also for a specializing area for me as well.
For everyone who doesn't know, Gersi is a high energy guy. He loves to do a lot of stuff. So we collaborate with him on a course that we built together. But the cool thing is, together we built around helping him with some stuff, but he did everything actually. It became one of the cool courses that we have. It fits in all these law enforcement style things. So one question that I have for you is, we all know it's very difficult to get access to these phones. But we also know how important is to exploits in your day-to-day work. How important is this, for forensics?
Actually, it's very important. I think that for the newest devices, whether Android or iOS, you really hardly get access anymore to user data and evidence without exploits. This was I was also explaining, and I see also many people in the chat actually are showing interest about one particularly important area, which is how does one actually develop these even privately and bring them into use for law enforcement. It's a very kind of let's put it like a secret area where every commercial provider actually relies on these exploits in order to sell their products. So they do not make things public, but what they do is give a high-level description of what the investigator needs to do in order to perform changes on the device to carry on with acquisition. What makes these exploits actually special is that they have been tested in a development environment, and it's proof that they do not, maybe not 100%, but there's a certain percentage which proves that they do not actually wipe out user evidence, but can be used to preserve it and to extract it for the analysis. So yeah, in the daily work of everybody who does this, they are very important, especially for the newest devices.
Okay, so this brings me to the second thing is that, you know, during these device exploitation to get access to like a suspect's phone, and you don't have the password, you don't have anything, he doesn't give it away, and we quickly need access to the device. Most of these cases, there are commercial tools used for this stuff. But if we use exploits, you know, like this is one of the biggest questions is can we then still, because you're breaking to a phone, can you still use this as evidence? I think you were talking about it in your talk as well. How do we define that it is not tampering the device, you know, like?
Yes, that's actually a very good question because it kind of brings one in the need to have more transparency in the exploit that is being used and the workflow that is being used. Whereas, as I said, the commercial tools keep it very, very secret. So let's begin with older devices. There are, for example, HTC One devices, very old, that can actually have their screen lock totally bypassed without the need for the suspect to collaborate. So you can take it away, put it in the adapter, and the exploit takes place with some instructions on what needs to be changed on the device, and you have the screen lock right away wiped out without forensic implications, meaning that you are not actually risking on deleting the user data. Now, how do the authorities collaborate with these companies that provide such tools is a little bit in the background at what happens because, as I said, no, it's you usually cannot go in the court and say, I used this exploit that did this and this and this, meaning you are describing it in a very technical, because they won't understand it, and it's not how you protect or defend it. What you do is you describe the method what that was used, along with industry recognized commercial tool that actually allows you to gain access to that. So that is also what I find very good in this whole initiative with Mobile Hacking Lab, that we are spreading a little bit more light into these gray areas, as well as with the course that the students can kind of connect the dots and see what is really going on with the help of some open source tools.
Yeah, that actually brings me to the second one. Can we use open source tools for these type of, because, you know, there are not many boot ROM exploits and that kind of stuff available. So, and if they are very expensive. For example, for anyone who doesn't know, you need to have access to a phone and bypass a lot of stuff like through USB or whatever. These are not cheap, let's put it that way, like these to develop them as well. But is there any, I know, of course, some of them, like, but I'm just curious, like, if you would like to do this on an open source, like an exploit that you would use, what would be the first one that will come up to your mind that you can use for this?
Well, it depends. There are some which we also teach in our in the course that can be used. Now, bringing the question maybe in the direction of, can it be defensible, or how can one justify acquiring a mobile evidence by using an open source tools? Most of the tools that are recognized and acceptable in court are, of course, commercial, that have like a full team focusing on preserving user evidence, being compliant with all the standards that are necessary. But there are some like that help to crack some pins, maybe for the older Android, which you also teach. And the disadvantage in itself of the open source tools is that you are like making publicly known the method that you are using to gain access to the device, which brings the developers of the target operating system to release patches. So you only can do it in older devices that have stopped support to learn the concept, and then bring the developers or those who want to enter this field into maybe contacting one of those companies and joining their team for research and development. There are some that like Androiler, which can be used to crack some pins. Android pin crack in GitHub repository, which I also show in the course. Some nice concepts that show what is necessary to crack some old the screen lock of some old devices. But from there, I also teach why it's more difficult nowadays and maybe not possible to do it with these open source solutions, because sometimes they also implement exploits when the device is unlocked in order to escalate privileges and gain access. But as I said, it's only for the devices that either are not updated or have stopped support. I have stopped receiving support for
Gersi, I have one more question for you. Let's keep it brief because we have the audience also that needs to answer some questions. So I do have one last thing, and then I will give answer. I'll let Arno also, and then we'll switch over to the audience. But first of all, is it true that if you have face and code, the face one, police can come to you and just unlock it like this without any problem?
This is the procedure that I'm not authorized to talk about because it was
okay. Guys, we can also not say anything about it, but yeah, you heard what we just discussed.
it's dependent on the laws of the country which the crime has happened. The suspect has been either arrested, and it's up to the police or authorities to do such a thing. It's not something that I can give a verdict for. But what I can say technically is that when there are certain challenges with Face ID and as well as stolen device protection, that when it's activated, that makes it very challenging to gain access to the user evidence, especially with the latest iOS version. So it's an area of everybody who wants to contribute and to join exploit developer teams and try their name for that.
Okay. No, I'm just saying, like, it's pretty easy. Hey, Arno, hey, check this, and get the device locked. Anyway, so that's something else we can maybe discuss another time. So Arno, you had also some questions for Gersi, I believe. And then guys, please drop in all your questions. I think Gersi also noted some of them. Please make sure drop more comments. And I think our team also dropped in like 75% discount on his course. Even if you don't win, you can almost pretty much get it for free because that's like a bargain on our end. So you can do it. Arno, it's you. Let's make it difficult for Gersi and ask him some difficult questions.
I think you already told a lot, so I don't have any really difficult questions. Maybe one question I have is, is there any is there any difference between Android and iOS? Is iOS easier or more difficult? And what is the success rate?
Look, both of them, if you want to see even Android, if it has all of the security enhancements and mechanisms fully hardened, it's very, very hard to gain access as well. But there are sometimes certain features in iOS which make it very challenging, as I said, even when you have the passcode to the device. For example, with the stolen device protection being enabled, or other or Face ID as well, you either need the suspect to fully collaborate with you in order to be able to get a full file system acquisition, or it's you have to wait until there is exploit release, which can actually allow you to gain access to that. Why is what I could try to answer is why it's difficult actually to develop these exploits. As you know, there are a lot of actors that develop mobile exploits to gain access to the user evidence within a device, some of which are widely known in the world, like NSO Group or whatsoever, who might develop certain spyware. They are publicly known, but what you are dealing with in the case of breaking into mobile phones for law enforcement, in the context of what I presented, it's about preserving evidence and really getting it in a way that you can assign to the suspect and tell it was him or her who did exploit of illegal activities, and we didn't tamper, but only made use of a certain exploitation workflow that allowed us to gain access to that.
Okay, Gersi, that brings me quickly, sorry for interrupting, but before I forget, this is very important because I think this was a good topic to jump into. So does this also mean that when, you cannot speak about it probably, but if someone gets access by hacking into your phone, can they use this again? Like if you use it through like other ways? But if you have hacked into the phone, I guess it's not court evidence anymore. It's a little bit. It's more intelligence gathering, I guess.
Yes, it's intelligence gathering. Yes, of course, but it depends on the law, and I cannot speak for every country and how they manage it. But it depends. For example, if I hack your phone in remotely and I use it to exfiltrate data, to install certain things, to communicate with somebody else without your permission, which is not what I do, but I'm just saying as a concept, that it means you will actually it cannot be attributed to you as an activity because there was malware installed. And in many cases, when people claim that there was malware installed in their device and it can be proven, then it's difficult to punish them because they have some kind of a proof that they are innocent. So yeah, whereas if there's no malware found, then it's definitely attributable to the user.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, guys, this is your last chance. We're going to start again with the crazy giveaways. First of all, we're going to give away a course from Gersi right now. Guys, make sure you right now like, subscribe, and comment. I don't know, you want to say something? Cheer them up, please, and let them, please, guys.
This is your last chance.
This is your last chance. We are now almost. Now, let me share my screen, and we're going to actually do this now together. Guys, let me see. I'm going to share the screen. Gersi, let's see who's joining your chats in a couple of days. So here we go. I'll make myself a little bit shorter. Not sharing the wrong screen again, hopefully, which I did earlier. Okay, guys, here we go. Now it's the chance. Please comment so that you make chance of winning. So let's go over here. I'm gonna go to the giveaways and we're gonna select the give. Okay, again, this is for the for Android forensic course from Gersi. Team, if you can drop in the links of the course so everyone can see the course, also the discounts of the course itself. The first winner we're gonna select right now. Here we go. And we will have one winner in this case. And after that, we will do again another giveaway, most likely. And we will answer the questions of Gersi from the public. Here we go. 1, 2. Here we go. Here we go. 10, 9, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Jakub, Rich Tariq, you won the prize. Congratulations, my friend. You can actually claim this. You can reach out to the team. Also, I want to remind everyone who already won. We will reach out. We received some of the mails. Our team is doing our best to respond to everything. As you can imagine, it's quite busy. We get a lot of requests coming in. And this has become a problem for us because there are a couple of people sitting here. They are trying to chat and they're trying to get stuff done. Now, okay. In the meantime, please reach out to us on the chat and reach out over the contact email that we have, contact@mobilehackinglab.com. Show evidence that you are the person that owns this account and you will be the one that gets the prize. And if you fake us, you're actually doing fraud, and we have Gersi in our call that can actually get evidence to get you in front of the court, my friend. And here we go. Like, guys, please ask the questions to Gersi. And the winner, congratulations. We'll select more winners in the coming minutes. Gersi, I guess you noted also some of the questions, right? Can you please take us through some of the questions that you think like were great to answer?
Yeah, definitely. I see a great desire among the viewers to actually find a way how they can develop such tools. With the finishing of my master's degree, I decided on building one which kind of replicated how these tools are built, and using public exploits to bring them into one place that can be used as a framework, just like Metasploit, but for law enforcement, like people who want to go into law enforcement or are doing a PhD, and that they can use it to test their own approaches of exploitation. However, that changed over time. But how one could use open source tools to do that is they can actually very well break down the process, as I explained in the presentation. Choose one exploit that they want to use for a particular mobile device, which should be old in order to be effective if you are a beginner in this. as well as then develop step by step all the components of the program to recognize the device, set the environment properly in order to perform the acquisition. It is possible that we can use or create a new module to bring it into our course in the future, depending on how much that would actually result in the hours that the students will need to invest in order to fully complete it. But it's possible if you really have experience with mobile exploitation, forensics, and are able also a little bit with software development to bring it into one single framework that begins with device enumeration and ends up with acquisition and cleanup. So it's not much work done in the public that totally replicates these softwares, but can actually be done, and maybe we could be the first one to bring it to the public.
Thank you, Gersi. Are there any other questions you think like we need to answer? Also, I think like check rain is also was also good, right? Very
Yeah,
useful.
I'm using it actually to for my iOS security research private program, let's put it like that. But there are also other in the tools that we provide in the course. There are other CVEs that have been implemented by the tools that we treat, and as a part of the task is for the student to explore how they have been implemented, how the exploit works actually, and how they can carry on from the tool, bring it a similar approach or adapt it to their own solution in order to start developing these tools as well. Because one of the primarily target audience for the course is not only law enforcement, but also security researchers who are moving into the direction of mobile forensics and exploitation. So that's what I had to say about that.
Nice, thank you. All right, I think we are ready to move into the other part. Now, Arno and Gersi, I don't know how happy you guys feel, but we can do another giveaway. We can do another crazy giveaway if you guys want. Gersi, it's on you, this decision. Are we doing this crazy thing again?
Definitely. I'm actually very surprised to see such a great enthusiasm within the viewers, because they are really much cheering. They are really want one. So I think we should go for it.
Okay, thank you guys. Okay, we're gonna do another one. So make sure you are, guys, listen, I cannot emphasize enough. We do this all together. We are giving a lot of prizes away. We would highly appreciate if you drop the subscribe button and subscribe to our channel. We have listed a lot of new videos that are coming, and we would love to explode the YouTube channel this year. And we can only do this with your help. We will do more of these type of giveaways. We do that on LinkedIn all the time, but now is the YouTube time. Please hit subscribe and make sure that you also are part of the giveaway right now. I'm going to share my screen. We will take one more, again, the prize giveaway of the course of Gersi. Gersi, thank you very much for everything. Let's do this. Let's
thank you very much
off.
for the organizing this as well.
Thank you. So guys, comment as fast as you can, because now it's the moment. If you don't comment now, you're lost. Guys, comment. Make sure you comment on the post right now, so we can select the winners. Okay, here we go. I see a lot of comments coming in. Guys, here we go. Guys. Okay, let's do this one more time. One more Gersi's course that we are giving away. Also, team, can you drop in more 75% discount?
Last one just got taken.
The last ones got taken from the 75 as well. First of all, let's do the giveaway, and after that we'll open this time 4 75% discount vouchers, basically joining for nothing. So we won't. Here we go. I'm gonna pick the comment. 273 that are watching. We'll scroll down. Here we go, guys. One winner that will win another Android forensics course.
Let's see.
Hey, that's funny. Elias, that's funny. This is very funny. Elias, congrats, my friend. We know Elias. And the funny
Congratulations.
thing is We met Elias actually during the mobile hacking conference
DEF CON,
at DEF CON, where this whole idea existed. So this is pretty cool. Elias, I'm actually quite happy to see that you won. Amazing, man. Congrats. And thank you, Gersi, for your talk. I think it was very exciting, very eye-opening. And also, you know, it's very important to understand, like, you know, not everything you build, an exploit that gets access to a device can be used for law enforcement.
Yes,
Like,
definitely. That's why it's very challenging actually to get into
exactly,
this.
you know,
Yeah,
sometimes
definitely.
it feels more fun on the dark side.
Well,
You know,
I mean,
there you can do, there you can do everything. Yeah. But yeah, thank you, Gersi. Amazing. Thanks a lot for everything. You want to drop in something else? Give
thanks
them
a lot.
again. Give them something away. Okay, the team is just now speaking, making the codes now. They're, oh my God, there's something happening. What's going to happen?
So I just gave away 6 more of the 25% extra.
Okay, she added 6 more of the 75% extra. It's like 75% discount for 6 extra seats. Go ahead and try it out. This is your last chance. We won't ever give this discount again like this. I'm telling you that. So we have a new winner. Elias, congrats. Let's move on to the next one. On our next conversation, on our next talk, we have someone very special. He's Lukas Stefanko. Most of you probably already know him. He has amazing content on YouTube. He has amazing content on his website, mobilehacker.com. We really love his content. He does a lot of crazy, cool stuff. We met him. The whole mobile hacking conference actually started because of an idea that he discussed with me during DEF CON. So all that we do here is attributed to him as well. He was mainly the guy that we organized it together with. So I hope you all are going to enjoy his talk because this is going to be a very interesting one. What do you think, Arno?
Yeah, for sure. It's about malware, so it's a really nice topic indeed. And Lukas is indeed a really nice guy. Has also a lot of nice blogs on his mobile hacker website. So yeah, he's also quite a famous guy. Really nice topic. So yeah, enjoy it and please keep commenting so you can get also more prizes, of course.
Guys, for the ones who won, we would also appreciate if you drop a LinkedIn like with the live in there and saying, hey, I just won a prize. That will help us. And it's also fun for everyone. Let more people come in. Every help is appreciated also from your end. Thank you so much, guys. And I have a surprise because during the talk of the coming talk, we have something very special. And that is that we will give away Zelia, Catwoman. What are we giving away? I think this one is going to be a great one. Hey, we are getting some information that the volume is very low. I hope. So, Zelia, what is the price for the coming talk? I think it's the advanced hacking course, if I'm correct.
I don't think so. It's the kernel.
No. So everyone who was waiting for this, in this coming one, we have the kernel course that we are giving away. So make sure, this one is going to be very special. Make sure you join the talk that we are giving right now. I mean, the kernel course was, we have a lot of to thank to Shunt. He's also part of our team. I think he's going to leave our team right now. What we want to say is that we already reached out to some people who solved the kernel challenge, and we actually invited them for interview. We are recruiting right at the moment. If we see some people solving very good challenges at the CTF, we might reach out to you to do an interview with us. And not only with us, but we have some friend companies, which we cannot name, but they will be interested to speak with candidates as well. Okay, we are ready. So before we do the giveaway, we will first watch the talk again like usual, and then move over to the giveaway. So let's start this next session. I find it so cool that Elias won also. Okay, guys. Welke was het hier? Deze. All right. Hij is 0. Die toort van hem. Guys, 1 second. We have a technical thing ongoing here. Okay, is it? One moment, guys. We have one little technical thing ongoing over here, which we are solving. These are live sessions, so please stay with us so we solve this. Welke is het dan? Jij had ze toch? Yeah, I got it.
That's
1 second, people, please. Give me a second. My apologies, people. We will be sharing in a couple of seconds. The talk starts in just a few seconds. Okay, we do have some issues with this file at the moment. Give me a second. We're gonna do this a little bit different than we did earlier. And Stefan is of course in the call with us here, but let's do this in a different way.
Hello everyone, today I would like to share with you a topic of evolution of NFC threats. My name is Lukas and I'm senior malware researcher at ESET. I've been with ESET for over 14 years. My focus is analysis of Android threats, Android malware. The research I focus on is APT-related crimeware, which is financially motivated, and then the result of my work is being published in a private report, blog post, or presented on conferences like this one. That's about me. Let's move forward for the agenda for today. I divided it in 5 main parts. First, we will start with Endgate discovery. Then we'll have a look on our telemetry of Endgate in the world. Other attack scenarios where NFC can be misused, evolution of NFC threats, and then I will wrap it up with prevention tips. I hope this is okay with you, so let me start. This is a video footage published by police in Czech Republic. It's a demonstration of arrest one of threat actors that were behind Endgate malware. He was arrested a couple minutes after he was able to withdraw money from ATM from the victim's card, even though the victim had their card all the time with them. This happened in March 24. The individual had already around 6,000 euros with him, which were from last 3 victims he was able to scam. We identified initial leads, which means phishing, that would lead to Endgate in November 23, and the distribution was done over text messages and fraud calls. This is a quick overview. So question is, what is Endgate, how it works? Endgate is malware where threat actors tries to relay NFC data from the victim's payment card through victim's compromised smartphone over internet to the attacker device at the ATM contactless reader. Then they are able to withdraw money from the ATM. Very important, this is an NFC relay, which means that threat actor needs to be at the ATM at the same time when victims place a card on the reader. This is an effective way how to extend the distance from the default 2-3 centimeters for the contactless payment cards to kilometers to whole world, leveraging the internet. Let's move forward to modus operandi scenario. So on the left side, we have threat actor. On the right side, we have potential victim. So how it started, again, it's 2024. First, threat actors start to send text messages to random numbers, either with malicious application or with phishing. The idea is to lure credentials for their banking applications. Afterwards, they would call back to specific targets, informing about security incident. And they know about that because they are responsible for it. The idea is that we need to harden your banking account by downloading our specific security application. Within this application, you have to change a PIN to your payment card and verify that with a payment card of yours. They would send the link to download the specific application, which is Ngate, and lure all the necessary information. That's a quick overview of the campaign. Let's move forward to to victim's perspective. So they would receive text message with a phishing link. They have to manually visit, manually download, and manually install the malicious application. These apps were never available on official Google Play Store. Once user opens installed application, it would request some default information about the account. Next, they have to change a PIN, which means that first they need to enter the old PIN, the current PIN. That's the way how threat actors obtain the actual PIN, and then verify that by placing a card on the backside of the smartphone. Ngate has two CNC servers. The first one is for relaying NFC data. I will explain that later on. And the second is a JavaScript interface, not very typical for Android malware. This JavaScript interface is able to control compromised smartphone through visited websites, which means through these websites, through the JavaScript, they would enable the NFC relay on specific smartphone. Ngate is a new malware, something we haven't seen before 2024, but it uses old techniques. It leverages a tool called NFC Gate, which is open source, available on GitHub, and was published 11 years ago. This also means that anyone could download it from GitHub and place it within their own malicious application. NFC Gate tool is an academia research by Secure Mobile Networking Lab at Technical University of Darmstadt in Germany. The idea is to demonstrate capture, relay, replay, and cloning of NFC data, not just data from payment card, but any other cards, such as access tokens. Here is illustration or the scheme of the NFC Gate tool. So on the right side, we have smartphone that clones the data from the card, sends them over internet to server or through server to the second smartphone, and the second smartphone emulates received data. This applies only for Android devices. Here I prepared a video demonstration of using NFC Gate tool to withdraw money from ATM. So I have two devices. In my right hand, I have device which would belong to a target. I place the card in the backside of the smartphone. Once NFC Gate reads the data from the card, they are visually displayed and sent over internet to the second smartphone, which is at the ATM reader. Now, if threat actor has a PIN, they are able to withdraw money from the ATM. This is possible because threat actor was able to withdraw money from the ATM even though they didn't have the card physically with them. Using NFC Gate, there are possible few more attack scenarios. I would quickly go through them. The first one is cloning or relaying, replaying NFC tags, which mean tags or that are placed in access cards, access tokens, that would allow to access restricted premises, apartments, server rooms, etc. Very simply, we can divide these tags into two different security levels. The first one, the highest security, when the card, once placed to a reader, exchanges or verifies the encrypted secret, encrypted key. The second is when the reader does not verify the encrypted key on a card, rather just verifies UID, unique ID of the card. If that's the place, if that's the model, security model of verification, then this is possible using NFC Gate to actually clone the card. The video, I'm cloning UID of the card, where UID are 4 bytes. These bytes I would then copy to another application, Card Emulator Pro, and with the smartphone I'm able to access a restricted premises. This applies again only for UID on the cards. If there's a secret, this does not work. The second attack scenario is using contactless payment cards. Comparing to ATM withdrawal, in this case, it doesn't request a PIN of the user. However, there are limits. It is possible to pay with contactless cards. There's a threshold, depends on the country. In our country, in Slovakia, it's 50 euros. So everything above or below 50 euros does not request a PIN. This payment can be done 5 times within 24 hours. So here I'm able to pay with a smartphone where data from the card are being relayed from the second device or through the second device. How this could be misused by threat actors? Well, they could go around crowded places, crowded areas, airports, bus stations, maybe metros, and with the device try to scan for the cards, try to search for cards. In here, I've created another video where on the left side we have this request scenario to threat actors. On the left side is someone which is safe home, let's say that way. The smartphone below impersonates a terminal, and on the right hand, it's a threat actor in the wild trying to search for cards by scanning codes, backpacks, and wallets, etc. Once card is found, it would send the data and they are able to make a payment. Very important, if there are more cards within, for example, the wallet, this would not work because there would be interference. Now verifying that the data were received. And the third one is with a question, actually, is it possible to clone in the same way information from the card, not from the physical card, but rather from the smartphone wallet apps? Well, fortunately not, because some either iOS or Android request additional verification before cloning or paying with a virtual card. So these were 3 additional case scenarios. However, we haven't seen them being used in the wild. Now let's move to telemetry of Endgate from our perspective. These are geodata from 2024. It started in the Czech Republic, or there are first cases in Czech Republic. Fast forward 2025, we see more and more countries where we identified detection of the Endgate. From the numbers perspective, there's a worldwide detection we started to see in 2024. It's pretty much flat. 2024. There are a few peaks in 2025. Comparing year 25 half on half, the second half with the first half, there was increase of 87% of detection on our side. And the same we expect in 2026, why I will explain later on. So let's take a look on the recent Endgate cases. What about the distribution vector? The distribution is pretty much the same. There always has to be a phone call from the threat actor impersonating bank support, bank employee, or what is new we haven't seen before is you want money, please follow the instructions. These are the information we have from the bank, which seems to be pretty popular and actually working. Then the next goal is to install the Endgate, or if they request or they provide information that target want money, they would navigate the target to go through official App Store, Google Play, and install RDP or VNC application for remote control of the smartphone. Then, while still on a call, they put them on a speaker and ask them to place a smartphone on the table while they would install Endgate by themselves, not by the target. And then once asked, they would tap their payment card on the backside of the smartphone as many times as they are requested by the threat actor. Again, these are the information we have from the banks. What is new we haven't seen before? In the end of 2025, Endgate started to request access to contacts, which means that contacts data are being sent to the attacker's server. This contacts data contained name and phone number. In some other cases, maybe even email, date of birth, some other stuff like workplace, etc., which could help threat actor in further, more customized social engineering attack. And that's what we actually seen in this year, 2026, the beginning of this year, where malware was named with the name of a target. How it looks, the execution flow, this is from November 25. Once user launches the application, it will request to enable contacts or give access to contacts, and now tap a card in the backside of the smartphone. I would use my virtual card, displays information about the card to appear more trustworthy, I would say, and request a PIN. All of the data are being relayed to threat actor. Again, very important, while target place a card on the backside of the smartphone, threat actor needs to be at the ATM, having the smartphone being placed on the contactless reader. Let's move forward. Endgate, it's not distributed just by itself, as you've seen before, but also part of some more sophisticated Android banking Trojans, such as Capybara. This was disclosed by Verimetrics in March 2025. Make sure to go and check this out. It's a very interesting research. Once the device is compromised and fingerprinted, threat actor can then make target download additional application, which is Endgate. This target targets users and requests the access a PIN and then tap the card, which means that Endgate is used as additional payload, additional vector, once device is already compromised. The same case happened in September 2025 with a red-on banking Trojan, found disclosed by the Threat Fabric. This targeted Czech Republic, specifically George Česko, where the Endgate was bundled within the red-on malware, or some variants were bundled with the red-on malware. Distribution was done through fake websites impersonating TikTok, or what we later on found bank IDs. Once user installs the payload, is requested to select their bank and enter the information about the account, where later on we believe would be contacted, or during the initialization contacted by threat actor again, while being on a call, place a card and share the PIN. Now let's take a look on the cases of Endgate in the wild, starting with Australia. June 2025, fake toll road scams identified by Verimetrics. They impersonated fake Google Play websites, where from user would download this malicious application, and they are requested to pay for the toll road. They would select the city and they make a payment. The only way to pay is by placing a card, tapping a card and requesting a PIN. Move back to Europe, Poland, November 25. There were more cases of Endgate being used in Poland. This is the latest one, published by Polish CERT. What is new, or something we haven't seen before, is they use for distribution email, where they would send the email and asking targets to actually go and visit the website and continue or follow the instructions. And here is the demonstration. In Poland, they impersonated only banking applications. Once opened, the user is asked to tap a card in the backside and give the PIN to a card. During the analysis or the replication, I was monitoring the network traffic coming in and out from the device, and the Endgate was actually sharing the PIN in a plain text, sending it to CNC server. Brazil, November 25. The first cases were published in, I believe, August, published by Threat Fabric. This is the latest one of the latest one we've seen. Distribution was done through fake Google Play websites, impersonating banks or e-commerce webs. Again, once downloaded, it would ask to place a card and share a PIN. United States, November 25. New York Sheriff Office warned about Endgate malware. Well, they were able to share the statement only on Facebook. Unfortunately, they are missing. They haven't shared any IOCs, any samples, any hashes, campaign information, maybe lures, etc. So it's hard to have any evidence for this one. December 25, police busted criminal group that used NFC Gate-like malware. Ministry spokesperson in Russia shared that this group was responsible for stealing around 2.6 million US dollars, where distribution was not done over fake websites, rather directly sent over WhatsApp or Telegram. Apps were impersonating legitimate software. For the same case, F6 cybersec company plays a statement that they've seen from the January until October 25 that they stole roughly $80 million from them using NFC Gate based malware with 56,000 recorded attacks. It's hard to tell, hard to verify this. Now let's move to evolution of NFC threats, which is a ghost app that was disclosed in November 24. Shout out to Threat Fabric for another great research. Now, what's the difference between the Endgate and the Ghost app? Endgate targets only Android users, Android clients. With Ghost app, which is in my opinion easier to perform by threat actors, they target anyone with payment card. Now, how it works: first they have to fish information about the card and then lure SMS with two-factor authentication key, which is coming from the bank as text message to a target. This is done or distributed and then done by leveraging SMS phishing kits, which are being sent in a box, which means thousands and thousands of text messages. And once the threat actor has the card information and text message, they are able to enroll stolen card with their own smartphone within either Apple Wallet app or Google Wallet application, which actually means that threat actor is able to pay with their own smartphone using someone else's card. Now, what's the difference between the physical card and the virtual card? The physical card, there is a limit, there is a threshold. As I mentioned before, in my country, in Slovakia, it's 50 euros. Without PIN, anything above 50 euros, it's not being done. Where verification is done with something that belongs to card owner, the PIN. With virtual cards, this limit is missing, since before every payment there is authorization of the device owner instead of card owner, which means device is in possession of the threat actor, so verification is PIN of the smartphone or biometric. That's the reason why they're able to make this high purchases for luxury stuff. The outcome of this scams of Ghost app is to buy luxury stuff and sell them for the cash, or they would use it to pay for at online e-commerce website when there is a button pay with Google Play, or they would create their fake e-commerce website where they would pay for goods with stolen cards. With the Ghost app, there are two problems for threat actors. The first one is how to stay anonymous, because once the card is being paid, card companies could track their cameras, etc. And the second is scalability, because using this SMS frameworks, they're able to gather tens, dozens, hundreds of cards at the same time. So it's very difficult to leverage this. So what they start to do is to look for mules on underground forums where they would send them the specific application, which is NFC relay model application. So they would receive the information about the card and pay at the store for luxury goods. Besides that, they also sell smartphones with predefined, already stolen cards. This is a photo from one of the Telegram groups where they provide this service. Here's a demonstration of how this actually works. So we have On the left side is original threat actor that has the cards. On the right side is a mule. Now the threat actor on the left side would verify with their own card, and the smartphone on the right side on the top actually impersonates a payment terminal. So every time the terminal is placed to a smartphone, the payment is done. That's an effective way how to milk the stolen cards. Ghost app activity in the world. Singapore, November 24. There was arrest of several individuals where they purchased 27 iPhones, jewelry, golden bars. It was about $100,000 threshold. Then they were sold it for cash and sent back cuts to original threat actor. United States, March 2025. Arrest of 11 individuals. They were a bit more sophisticated, I would say. They purchased gift cards worth of tens of thousands of dollars. Based on authority statement, this is the first of its kind arrest in the US and happened last year, March 25. Now we are heading to conclusion. So NFC threats, you don't have to worry about the security of contactless payment cards. There is no leak of encryption keys. There is no broken payment system. The threat actors are only misusing the extended contactless payment card distance, which is from default to 3 centimeters to all around the world. The distribution is done always using social engineering, where they would impersonate fake bank employee, or you want money, follow the instructions to receive them on your card. Very important, again, threat actor needs to be at the same time while target plays a card on a smartphone at the ATM. Now let's take a look on the prevention tips. So how we can technically cover social engineering is by blocking phone calls from specific phone numbers, which we could already align with threat actors, with scammers. The same applies for text messages, since these text messages could be used to deliver phishing websites or malicious applications. That is the reason why we should always download apps only from official sources such as Google Play Store or trustworthy sources. If we don't use the interface, we should disable it, such as NFC. We should not share our secrets, including a PIN, even though we see we have our cards on the table in front of us. What's the best or most secure way to use your payment card or pay contactless? Is, in my opinion, using mobile wallets with virtual cards, since they would request unlocking the smartphone and then authorization of the device owner. So when the phone is stolen or left somewhere, this card cannot be misused, comparing to a wallet where there is a card. Still, if user would like to use their physical card, I would advise to use RFID blockers. There are these sleeves where you place your card or access token, or even wallets with built-in RFID shield. Security software that would detect such threat on the device by default, there is enabled or installed being placed on Android smartphone, Google Play Protect, or third-party security solution. Awareness is also part of the key, how to understand and prevent the attack scenarios being done at targets. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
All right, guys, thank you so much. This was such an amazing talk. Really, I really enjoyed this one. Lukas, thank you so much for joining as well live. This is very great. I love your t-shirt, by the way. I think we have some team members that love your shirts. I can guarantee you that.
I believe they have open Jab right now.
Yes, 100%. There's specifically one person that loves Japs a lot in our team. You can guess who that is. But thank you so much. I mean, this was such an interesting talk. I just want to quickly remind everyone after this talk, after just the questions, we will do again a giveaway. This time for the kernel fuzzing and exploitation, Android kernel fuzzing exploitation course, which is very exciting. Now, let's go back to the questions. Lukas, I think again, like everyone needs to know, this whole idea to do this conference came eventually with discussing with you during the mobile hacking conference that we had. You had this great idea to host a conference like this, and then we said, okay, let's do this and host it. So this is exciting, right? I mean,
Yeah, that's how it started. You're right, but I cannot take any credit since all of your job, your effort, your resources. So I'm just a little drop in the whole sea. So
I mean,
thanks to you guys.
your research is like amazing. I think a lot of people right now are just sitting on the tip of their chair watching everything. So let me first start with a few questions I had for you, because this is such a cool attack, to be honest. And what surprised me is indeed the difference between the card, that you cannot do so much payment, and then on the mobile device we can do so much. That seems a little bit off to me sometimes. That's correct, right? I mean, this is what I understood. Like on the phone, there's no limit almost, while it is on the card.
Yes, you're right. There's a difference with the card or the threshold, which means how much money you are able to actually spend the contactless terminal. So if we compare the physical cards and the virtual cards, which means cards that are enrolled with our smartphones, there's a different threshold. And the most important is the way how it authenticates the user. So with physical cards, you need to you come to an ATM, you place the card, but you need to have a PIN of the card owner. With a smartphone, it's different, because you're not authorizing with the card or the PIN of the card owner, rather authorized with the PIN, let's call it that way, of device owner. And suddenly there are no limits. So it's definitely useless to have a PIN in this case. However,
Crazy.
However, it's always I believe I mentioned it in a conclusion, that because I don't want to create illusion that virtual cards are not safe. This is the safest way how to pay with contactless cards. So I use smartphone to pay at the store, and you should as well, because it's the safest way. And the reason there are two ways of authorizing a user, because before every payment, user has to unlock a smartphone and then authorize within the application. So if someone steals your device or you lose it, they're not able to spend your money.
That's great to hear, actually. I think you have some questions or not, because you're sitting next to me, like you cannot say. Me and Praveen were discussing about the career switch after seeing your talk. We thought, like, maybe this AI stuff and everything, maybe that's a better career. We have a bunch of phones here. We are not, Praveen. Maybe that's a...
We are planning to move to this.
Yeah, our new side hustle. If anyone of this chat wants to join us, please subscribe to our subscribe to our channel. And we need to find a way that Lukas and his friends cannot find us. And to be honest, like also, you mentioned Threat Fabric also a couple of times. They are speaking tomorrow, which is great. One of their researchers is going to speak, which is going to be interesting. It would be great, Lukas, if you can join as well, that talk. Maybe we can discuss all of us together with them. Then I don't know if you had the chance to capture some of the questions within the chat, then we can go and answer them. So guys, if you have any questions, please drop them already, because that will also help you to get selected during the giveaway. Any questions, Lukas, you found that you want to answer from the chats?
I have
There are a
question.
couple of-
So how possible with Apple Pay, actually, because this NFC cards, like what you shown the examples on Android, how possible on Apple Pays? Because Apple Pays are not connecting with the service banking providers. They directly connect with Apple services, and the card stays in the mobile encryption system.
Yeah. So how does that work on? Is there a difference? Is this also possible on iOS? The same relaying attack?
Yeah, great question. The case of Endgate and what I've seen so far is not possible on iOS. I haven't seen any demonstration, any tools. And if so, I believe the device needs to be jailbroken. That's why all these attacks, why the threat actors are focusing on the mobile targets, on Android devices. So using Endgate on iOS not possible right now.
Okay, that's great to hear. We got an iOS device, so that's good. Now, I think also like, do you have any other questions in the chat, Lucas, you want to answer before we go further?
I found a couple of questions, and there is one that the Proxmark is able to do the same thing. Proxmark is a device for NFC cloning, relaying, stuff like this. It's a specific hardware for this. With Proxmark, I haven't tested the relay, but I don't think that there is a relay feature in that. It's only able to clone and replay the information it has read from the contactless cards. If this is possible with the payment cards, it is not, because since it's not a relaying, only replaying, replay data from NFC card are not usable in later on. So a Proxmark is not a way how to go with this one.
And I just have another question. So what are banks doing against this? And if you get scammed this way, are you eligible to get your money back? Like, is that something? Because in the past, when you got skimmed, you got a certain amount back. How does it work in this case? Do you know anything about that?
I don't have further details about this. My problem is that the target is phished. So once the threat actor is able to get the money, you need to think about it. It's not going through mule accounts. It's not going through third-party accounts all around the world. The threat actor takes the cash directly from ATM, which means that the full stop. They are done. They are not able to track. They're not able to stop the transactions. If they are able to refund, I'm not sure about this. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's a crazy thing. Okay, so you said also they stole like 2.6 million. Is that correct? Like, did I hear that correct?
There is some estimate number that was the loss from the users, but I cannot actually verify. This number is super huge to be honest, and hard to tell if this is correct or not. But it's not from our research.
But they are all targeting also a little bit. Do they target like older devices in these cases? Like on Android devices, do you need like kernel level access to be able to do this, or just having an app installed would be allowing this replaying?
That's a great question. I don't think I answered this, and it's very important. It affects every Android smartphone with NFC enabled. There is no need to have customized device, to have specific ROM, unlock bootloader or whatever. Any Android device with NFC and able to install third-party application, which is Endgate, is able to relay data from the card. So it means that any smartphone is actually could be possible target. No restrictions.
Crazy. That's crazy, actually. Like I find that very, very crazy. And what about did any of these threat actors get caught in these with their malicious operations? Do you know anything about that?
There were a couple of arrests that were probably connected, but I don't have more details about it. I was not part of the investigation. They were probably connected to this NFC threat, since there were signatures and SMS. One of these devices called, you plug in 100 of SIM cards and you would just send it in a row to XYZ number of devices. It's targeted phishing, and based on that, you would lure. This is kind of a service. Going back to arrest, this is actually from the first video I played from a presentation from 24. There was arrest from one of threat actors that was behind Endgate. So there were actions from the law enforcement in there.
Crazy, yeah. No, so, you know, these fraud. Okay, I have so many questions for you, Lucas. Like you cannot imagine. Like, first of all, do you think like skimmers are moving into this direction, because skimming was a very, very lucrative market for not cyber criminals, just fraud in certain countries. Are they moving towards these type of attacks nowadays?
Hard to tell if they are moving or switching. However, what we see from our data is that we see more and more of the NFC threats in the wild, considering Endgate, which targets only Android devices or Android clients. And what is maybe even more concerning is the Ghost app I mentioned in the second part of my talk, where not just Android users, but everyone with payment card is a target. And it's getting also more and more lucrative as well, I would say. And there are plenty of researchers, plenty of stuff being published considering this, since all the threat actor needs is just to send phishing link, gather information about the card, and receive two-factor authentication and text message. That's all what they need.
Amazing. Yeah, it's I was just a little bit really surprised on how
I have a question, one more.
we
Like
need to come a little bit closer.
Is it
Yeah.
possible that we can record the NFCs with replay with, we can perform the attack with Flipper? Because Flipper also comes with a NFC
that's great.
reader. So can
Great
we
question.
do this attack, ghost attack using Flipper?
You can do it, but it will not work. Flipper is not able to replay or relay information from the payment card. All Flipper is able to do is just to display the ID of the card, or card number, and maybe expiration. Probably not. I guess only the number of the card, which is also possible with any Android smartphone and card read application, which can be downloaded from Play Store. But with this technique, it's not able to actually get access to funds on the targeted card.
This is very interesting. So, do you know anything that Android will do anything about against this? Are they planning to take some countermeasures so to prevent this being able to done?
I'm not sure about that, and I don't think this is a problem of Android. So once user is tricked, it doesn't matter what system or what device they have in their hands or on their table. So I don't think that the issue of smartphones. There's one thing that card companies are able to do, which is the time when the information, the token from the contactless card leaves the card, and when it arrives to ATM or to contactless reader. And based on the time, since it's traveling over the internet, there are milliseconds, and if it is above some threshold, then the transaction is not approved. That's one of the ways how this could be actually stopped.
Very interesting. Very interesting. It's time to test this out today. Let's see if we can get someone's card. No, I'm just joking, guys. Don't do this. Don't try this at home. I'm not responsible for anything you did, you are doing, or going to do. And do not contact me for a free course. You will only win it here. That's also a thing. And thank you so much, Lukas. Let's do the giveaway together. And then after that, maybe you guys have now still a little bit of chance to put some comments in the comments. Make sure you follow our channel. Guys, I cannot say this enough. It would be great if you just like, and also the guys who win a prize, drop somewhere in social media, promote that you got won something. It helps all of us as well. Okay, let's do this. The next giveaway is a kernel fuzzing and exploitation course. This is going to be great. I know a lot of people were waiting for that. We got some questions. Are you going to give that away? Yes, we are going to give away right now. You guys have still chance right now to comment and do it right now, or else you won't be able to win it. Comment, hit like, comment, and make sure that you are participating. Now, the last winner was Elias. By accident, we met him also during DEF CON, so that's pretty cool that he won. And let's do the new LinkedIn YouTube giveaway. Praveen, are you ready for this?
Yes.
So not only do we do the giveaway, but we also drop in a lot of 75% discount also on this course. This is your only chance to get this. We have never dropped the price so much. We do this just to promote this event. Also the great speakers that we have. I think if you want to learn more about these, just in general, learn about mobile security, this is your chance. Now, Are we ready? I'm looking at the team here. Are you guys ready to drop in also those comments there? Okay. Here we go. Praveen, it's your. Are you the honor? Let's see who's going to win this one. Okay. Let me scroll down. We have now 272 people and 1,103 people that are watching and 213 likes. Here we go, guys. Here we go. This is the kernel course, Android kernel fuzzing and exploitation course. Praveen, you press.
Let's see. Oh, damn.
Let's, 1 second. All right, here it is, Praveen. It's your. All right, whoever wins, you should thank Praveen for this now. Press one more time. Oh, I saw some name there. Almighty Sec. Man, I see you. Our team is responding here. Lucas. Bird02, congrats. I don't know, I cannot see, is that a bird on the picture or is that something something else? I don't know what it is, but holy shit, wait a second. This person won second time. Yeah. What did he win here previously? No, which one? The upsec? Unfortunately, I think we're gonna do another round because well, let me check the team. What do you guys think?
So what did we give away?
He already won. Bird. Yeah, okay, you know what, Bird02, you are a winner. We cannot deny that. So you won the course. Congratulations for the other ones. Bird02, we would highly appreciate if you just drop some LinkedIn post or anything that you won this stuff. Anyone else as well, please drop it. Again, 75% discount also. This will never happen again. We didn't even have this on people are saying again. Okay, you know what? By end of this 2 days, there will be no mobile hacking lab anymore, guys. So you all made us broke. There is no way we're gonna survive this anymore. Lucas, you have any last thing to say to the audience? Did Lucas leave or are you here still?
I'm still here. And
what do you think, Lucas? We do another giveaway, right? Because people are very excited. Okay, here we go. Praveen. So, Bird02, you know how to reach us, I assume by now. So please reach out to us and you'll be able to get your. Okay. What do you guys want us to do as a giveaway now? Please drop in the chat. I guess, again, the kernel course, because there was a lot. The chat again. Yeah. Okay, we're going to do it again, guys. Here we go. Let's go. Now, hey, listen, who's going to do this one? Catwoman, come. This is your. We have someone here who's a Catwoman, and I will give her the honor. But before she starts, she will, because we have 15 minutes left for the next talk. We need to kill some time. We will do one more giveaway. Please, I will welcome you guys to the one and only Miss Catwoman. She's also my sister, by the way, and she's going to give the giveaway. I'll put everything in here, and she is going to perform for you guys. She's going to do something very great. Okay. Here we go. Lucas, thank you very much, and we'll see you in the next talks.
Thank you very much for having me. See ya.
Yeah.
Mau, 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 mau. Mau, mau. So, guys, welcome. I'm Zelia, by the way, Catwoman, aka Wonder Woman. And we are going to do the next giveaway because somehow somebody that already won again. So we are giving away one more kernel course, right? Yes, I think.
It's a kernel course one more time because people were asking for it. I hope you guys like the Meow 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 song. She's singing that the whole day here. She's our cat. our house cat. He's our mascot. By the way, for the people who I think a lot of you have seen the post, the LinkedIn stuff, Zelia is contributing to most of that stuff. She's working very hard. She's also, by the way, a software engineer herself, but she loves marketing and that kind of stuff. Okay, without boring you guys, here we go. Zelia, it's you who needs to select the one. So whoever wins now, birdie. Birdie number 2. If you win again, I'm sorry, you will not get a prize. So just as a rule for today, if you won a prize, we won't give another prize. Maybe some other smaller prizes. Here we go.
Okay, let's go. I'm clicking
Drop
start.
in, go.
Okay. Woo! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh,
Hey, Pascal.
07. Congratulations. Woo!
They were telling this guy also won.
No.
So congrats, my friends. Congrats,
it's a-
congrats.
that's a-
Congrats, Pascal 207. Reach out to our team. Send a mail to contact@mobilehacking.lab. We need evidence that this account is from you. We are tracking everything. Do not try to fake us because, you know, we are trying to share stuff together. Like, you know, let's be honest with each other.
And make sure to subscribe.
Yes, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We will do more of these crazy stuff in the coming months. We have a bunch of new videos lined up already, and they are coming. And Kat, yeah, who's next? The next talk is
Juan, I
for
think.
Juan. We have Juan. Juan also has something very interesting. Let me pull that up.
Oh yeah, and guys, by the way, if you didn't win, we still have some seats available, 75% discount. Get it now, bonus kernel 75 or get bonus AFA 75. I will put it in the comments again. Make sure to use it because it's a discount we have never done before on our premium flagship courses. Be there.
Okay, thank you, Zelia. Thank you, Miss Catwoman. She came and she also performed for us. So I hope you guys enjoyed that crazy stuff. Let's see. I think I lost one of my hosts by now. He's sick and tired of it. He's not here anymore. So, guys, let me also ask you one more thing. If you see, meow, meow, agree, Zelia, give another meow, meow, meow.
Course.
Whoa! Nice done, nice done, nice done, guys. Okay, so the certification for the iOS courses. Okay, since we have some time, I'm gonna also, Praveen, maybe you can come and sit next to me. We'll tell a little bit about because we get for years now that we could start Mobile Hacking Lab with the idea to also launch the iOS series of courses. Now, we have been working very hard. I learned my lessons not to announce things earlier. So right now we didn't announce, but we built a lot of the modules. We are pretty close in releasing the iOS fuzzing and exploitation course. I hope you guys will like that. Yeah, tell me more about Djini. That's also going to happen. We will have more talks about Djini as well. And most of the talks will be released in the coming days. Praveen, tell us a little bit more about the fuzzing modules of iOS that we have been working on. Come a little bit closer, please, if possible.
Yes, actually, for iOS, we're currently working on real world vulnerabilities, and especially we are working multiple fuzzers.
Speak a little bit louder.
Yeah, multiple fuzzers. Like first, we like to show with libAFA freedom mode, and because all this is going to be a black box. And
Yes, because iOS is black box, right? There's
yeah.
no source code.
So we show you how to extract the library from the how to extract the libraries from that, how to fuzz it, create a harness, and create the fuzzer with libAFL. And also we're going to use one of the finest fuzzers from developed by Project Zero, Jacopo, and with some real vulnerabilities. And
Exactly.
also like the some of the libraries might be used by the IPA files.
Yeah.
So we show how to get the IPA files libraries and reverse it and just.
Yeah, so basically also how to extract like these native parts like we did with Android, but now looking at from a perspective of iOS. And do you think like there's a huge difference in exploitation techniques compared to?
Currently, I'm not jumped into the exploitation part, so I can't.
I can tell a little bit about that part. So the thing is that indeed, you know, like iOS is a little bit different than Android. obviously, like fuzzing and exploitation in great lines fit into most of these systems that we are exploiting. Even if it's like an embedded or a device, it's usually the same sort of techniques. Although some devices like iOS have some extra limitations. For example, on Android, we were able to. We are not audible.
Can you hear us now?
Can you guys hear us? Yeah, it's good?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm great that we can hear it. Okay, guys, the audio is bad. Oh, sit close to the microphone. I think maybe that was while you were speaking. But anyways, this is about that part. We're going to do, we gave away the extra one, right?
We already, yeah, we already
Yeah,
did it.
okay, before we give another one extra. Mute your device. Yeah, okay, thank you for the comments. You guys are great. I muted my device, so it should be great now. Thank you, guys. You guys are amazing. It's been a pleasure to have you guys here. Okay, we are ready? Now, our next talk is Juan. Juan who's going to speak for the next talk. Give me a second. We're going to now stop and move over to the next talk. Only they never get, that I never get. Yeah, I'm sorry, people. We're doing our best to get you also selected, but unfortunately, it's not possible to get everyone a prize. I wish that was possible. Now, we're going to go over to the talk of Juan. Juan is from Just Mobile. They are our friends in Argentina, and they are amazing people. We met them also during DEF CON last year at DEF CON during the mobile hacking conference. And his talk is about KYC, and it's actually a very hot topic at the moment. Imagine this, right now with all the AIs that we have, KYC has become a big time issue, isn't it, Praveen? You work yourself also at a financial institute. Let's not name them,
Yeah.
but you guys have to deal with a lot of KYC as well,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, because now with the AI, it's going to be very
Come
difficult.
closer.
Sorry. Now with AI, it's like a lot of fraudulence can be happen. So and they're also investing a lot to prevent this kind of attacks, especially like for knowing your customers, like all these things. And they're also investing more on AI to detect such AI attacks from the AI. So
Yeah,
so
it's
this is
great.
kind of it's a hot topic right now.
Yeah, I think if you look at some of the speakers that will come and speak tomorrow, for example, from Threat Fabric, they are specialized in identifying fraud in banking environment, which is pretty cool in my opinion, and they do it in a very, very cool way. If you don't know them, just check them out. Tomorrow we have the talk from Dario. He's going to speak about it. Right now, we're going to look at the talk from Juan. And team, what giveaway do we have after this one?
The giveaway after this one is the Android and kernel, the Userland kernel bundle.
This one is going to be great. This one is not only the kernel course or the Userland course, you will win both of them. So it's almost like 5K in prices. Yeah, I feel depressed by thinking of that one. But yeah, apparently these guys know what they are doing. So, so guys, make sure to take the opportunity to join this. Please share this also. If you want a prize, it would be great. Let's now start. We're going to start the session from the KYC session from Juan.
Hi everybody, good afternoon. Well, I'm Juan. Today we will talk about know your customer and how reliable is facial recognition in mobile applications. Okay, I'm not sure about this here. Let me check. I will kill. Bye bye. Well, born in Villa Langostura, in Neuquén. It's a place in the middle of the Patagonia. I'm from Argentina. and I'm a mobile cybersecurity specialist since 2014. I'm founder and CEO of Just Mobile Security, a company focused on cybersecurity for mobile apps. Also, I dedicate the past 5 years to the mobile hacking space, or organizing for the Eco Party, for Eco Party Security Conference. And what else? This is the picture for my city town. This is Villa Langostura in winter, and this is in summer. It's a beautiful place, and I think it's really good for my balance with the computer and the beautiful places, or I don't know. I really love to enjoy time in the outside in the nature seminar. And what else? All examples show here are for educational and cybersecurity or security research purpose. What else? The examples here are from public applications, and I will be covering KYC and its common integration process, okay? Let's go, let's start. Well, does anyone know what is the KYC? Why is it used, or why is it for, or what are their integration? Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. I will try to breathe and I will be better. Okay, perfect. Why or what is the KYC? The KYC is for mobile. KYC it's a process that verify user identity using mobile devices. Okay. Basically, relies on technologies such as facial recognition, OCR, and document validation. Okay. And the main goal, or the goal, is to prevent the anti-money laundering and the fraud prevention, okay? Because improve the user onboarding experience. And who wants to share their LinkedIn with me? I have here, thanks Umit, and I will show a short video. This video is I select an image from the Umit face, and I create a short video drinking mate and smiling and having a lot of hair, yeah. But why I did that? I did that because I will use this video or this technique for the talk. Thank you, Umit. Thank you very much. What else? Oh. So, what can be done with this? I'm not sure if I need to move this bar. I will put here. Okay. Camera spoofing attacks. Yes, of course. That is a really good possibility, and I will talk about that, okay? Camera spoofing attacks involve tricking an application by feeding fake or manipulated camera input. Basically, I will manipulate the device in order to put in the manipulated camera input the video, the image, or whatever, okay? This can include replaying videos using virtual camera or displaying image on another screen. They are commonly used to bypass facial recognition or liveness detection mechanism. That's why we will create, or that's why we use deepfake video. This is possible, or it's possible using custom application or emulators. This will depend on Android or iOS. As an example, multiple technologies implement these mechanisms, okay? These are a lot of companies who implement several KYC implementation. And what is the difference between them? These technologies, usually implement third-party SDK integrated at the bytecode level, third-party SDK implemented in Java or Kotlin, talking specifically on Android. What else? WebView base for KYC integrations and fully custom KYC implementations. Remember these 4 cases because I will use for all the talk. And this research is based on these 4 cases. The first one is native code and third-party library implementation, mainly in, I don't know, library.so, or the other case is 100% native code implementation, using, for example, Java or Kotlin again. No native, the hybrid implementation. It's a WebView implementation plus server-side integration, okay? And the custom, this is in some cases the worst, because implement native code without security protections, as binary protections, as obfuscation, the keys normally are within the code, etc. All the research is focused on these cases, and the impact could be changed, but normally the vulnerabilities are these or those, and basically it's possible to identify identity spoofing enabled account creation without a real user. That is the main goal. Or biometric bypass through static analysis, video replays, or deepfake injection. What else? Document tampering affecting the OCR and metadata validation. In a few slides I will talk about this. What else? Camera and sensor spoofing via virtual devices. Client-side KYC flow manipulation by bypassing enforced states. And what else? The API abuse allowing KYC status manipulation or validation replay, environment evasion using emulator, root or jailbroken devices or instrumentation, weak liveness detection enabling non-interactive or automated submissions, or insecure SDK integration exposing internal logic and endpoints or verification tokens. Those are the normal impacts. Maybe it could be I will find the IPA with the root emulation, and I don't know, with several bypasses, and maybe I can find the insecure SDK integration. Okay, but talking about the research, normally these are the impacts. And what other scenarios do you think could work? For example, recording gestures in slow motion, recording gestures in fast motion, generating high definition large format image. What else? Editing existing document. This is interesting because I can modify, or I could modify existing documents to create new documents. Okay, printing and creating fake documents with volume or edge and relief or similar stuff, printing mask, anything else. What else? Okay, I will put here some kind of context talking about Argentina and some scenarios from Argentina, and here's some real world context from 24, sorry, talking about the driver licenses. In Argentina exists a leak, and the guys create a Telegram account, and you needed to put the ID number, and the Telegram told you, hey, yes or no. And when you put a ID valid for the driving license, the driving license could be downloaded. Okay, and Why I trying to put this here? In order to create some context or real context, because all the time a lot of company are suffering some kind of attacks related to KYC implementations. What else? Some real world context. Argentina, the December 2025, and again a lot of information from citizens from Argentina. The attackers leaked information as, I don't know, phone numbers, email, salaries, etc., and information about the IDs. Okay, and what do you think can be done with these ID documents, or talking about the KYC implementation? Because I started the talk, I show you a simple video using some deepfake with the image of a unit. And what else? We could use it for research to create IDs using AI. Yeah, why not? Or maybe we don't need them, but because we can create without them, okay? But I will continue. What would be a possible attack scenario or multiple attack scenarios? I will talk about optical character recognition, or the OCR, the document validation, and the facial recognition, okay? Let's go. Let's start. ID reading. This guy, it's my a picture of me, maybe, I don't know, some time ago, taking holidays, and this is the picture from the commons from Wikimedia about the IDs from Argentina. Every ID should be like this one, or similar, or similar like this one, okay, like the woman. And what I can do, I can create, for example, with my image, the left image, I could create an ID as at this one, or maybe at this one. This is more similar, yeah, but I not think, or I'm not sure if a really good image. But I can put the image there, the name, the surname, the sex, the nationality, the ID number, and what else? Please check this and this code or code bar, and look this image. It's really similar to a friend, and check that ID. Normally it's possible to create some documents and some modification or validation, or modification could be created for the IDs, okay? And what else? Basically, the OCR example, the OCR converts image such into editable digital text, okay? Why the mobile application use that technology? Because it's easier to, I don't know, automatically extract information as letters, numbers, symbols, etc. In KYC, it is used to read identity document, forms, invoices, and for the whole process, okay? Basically, oh, sorry, I switched to Spanish. Basically, reducing the manual data entry and minimizing errors, okay? Come on. This is the ID, and I can start, for example, reversing the barcode, or performing reverse to the barcode. Overlay it on top of the image, for example, generate it so it can be read directly. Create a deepfake using the extracted information. But what is the interesting thing here? I can use the ID. I could manipulate the ID and create new information. That is the point of this talk, okay? The barcode is the PDF 417. It's a kind of PDF with a lot of information. and you can see there numbers, my name, I don't know, my sex, or several information, and it's possible to modify, of course. And if I can read this information and modify this information, put another barcode to create a attack vector, I could use as first step, okay? And that is why I'm showing this image. Again, sorry, because I'm normally speaking Spanish and I'm doing my best, but I'm feeling I'm better now. Okay. What else? This is an image from a application, and this application, when I open in a device emulator, said your device is root. Okay, no problem, because it's root. Okay, I was using, I don't know, an emulator or a physical device, and using the simple code share freedom multiple bypass, it's possible to avoid this super protection. Okay, and after that I could read or use the application to read my manipulated ID with the barcode modify or with the hold information modify. Okay, this example, it's a photo of the screen, and you can see there the device. You can see the edge from my cell phone or from the device. And what is that, or why I'm telling that? Because you can use, or we can use that or other techniques to avoid or bypass, in some cases, the implementation. And the implementations will depend on which technology are you using, or if the client paid for the full or the fully protection. A photo taken at night using a high resolution mobile phone with high screen brightness, my finger there, I don't know if you can see there, but this is my finger, okay, and this is the edge from the device. Okay, basically we can use another device with a lot of brightness in order to take the photo or capture the image. Okay, the image, we will receive your photo is being uploaded. And what do you think? Remember how I started the talk with the LinkedIn example? It basically, it was with a video from Umit, and depending on the technology, I could use an image. This is of course, and this is a woman, and the other it's a photo of me using that video. It's for creating the gestures, to look to the left side, to right side, to up, to down, and to create the gestures. Okay, with the Umit video, the quality, it was better, and that is the important thing. I only use one image, but it's interesting to create using several images, or trying to create the best video for the gestures possible. Okay, what else? Using insecurely exported components. Okay, talking about the classical or components from mobile or from Android, they can introduce vulnerabilities or bypasses. Okay, via exported activities, old technique still works. Juan, I don't know if you see or you listen to any time that, but via insecure deep links. Okay, in Netflix you can see the Ethernaut, for that old technique still works. Okay, and tomorrow, Lies Molody, we talk about deep links and WebView common URI validation pitfalls and their consequences. Maybe could be a really good opportunity to learn and check if maybe that application, techniques could work. Okay. Well, here it's a via exported activity, and you can see there is an exported true with the declaration and all the stuff, and this activity disable access using biometric verification. That is the behavior. Okay, and I could use ADB, I could invoke the activity, and after that we can continue seeing here like disable user. Okay, all the steps like take a photo and similar stuff, and after that, hey, you need to read the document. And what happens if I use this application with that exported activity and I create or manipulate ID or fake ID and use that? Okay, honestly, the KYC implementation or the steps for the implementation normally are complicated. Okay, via insecure deep links. Here I have the explanation of the insecure deep links, but I'm not sure to dedicate a lot of time because they are used as URLs to take user directly to specific content within an application. Basically, they can be configured by adding a data specification within an intent filter. They are usually implement a custom deep links, and they may include or not the auto verify true. Okay, but those examples could be a potential exploitation way. Okay. Number 2, document validation. Okay, the documents commonly used for the KYC validation include national ID, passport, driver license, residence or resident permits, proof of address such as bills or bank statements. Here it's another good step to understand, and it's possible to modify, manipulate, recreate or whatever. These documents vary by the country and industry. For example, banking, fintech, cryptocurrencies, but they must be official, valid, and contain verifiable person information. Okay, this is my photo with my name, the ID, whatever. And what do you think? I could do that. Yep. Okay, and the facial recognition. Let's go to continue with that example. First, the user captures a real-time selfie, often performing specific gestures to confirm liveness. Then the software analyzes the unique facial features such as, I don't know, the distance between the eyes, the shape of the jaw, etc. This information is compared against the identity document image, and after that a result is generated to confirm or reject the match, ensuring the compliance and security. Okay, in some cases it's compared against databases such as RENAPER in Argentina. It's the National Registry of Persons. Remember this for the custom implementation. And where else? How can this implementation be bypassed? Okay, application often rely on success rate validation. It's critical to analyze how the process is implemented. I don't know, performing or doing traffic interception might allow certain bypasses as man in the middle, SSL pinning. I put SSL pinning there like a question, but because I'm not sure if SSL pinning will continue as binary or as protection, because it's really easy to avoid, and maybe I don't know if will continue there, but I will put there anywhere. In many cases, the workflow includes insecure implementation, and this is really important because this insecure implementation could leak personal information disclosure or could leak information, personal information. What else? Some applications implement fashion recognition incorrectly, okay? Allowing a valid 200 OK response to be sent, okay? Because the session is already established when the application starts. And this problem is really common, and in mobile's application when the authentication it's created by the developers and it's worse, not worse, it's bad implemented. Maybe in some cases when you start to capture traffic you have a valid session, and when you have a valid session the only limitation is the client-side verification. But what happens if you can modify, I don't know, you can capture traffic, intercept and send the 200 OK in the response? Normally, or a lot of implementation could be on the client side, and that is really important to check. What else? Deepfake based attack. Remember the slide impact, the impact slide. When, I don't know, a lot of slides before when I started, I talk about some impacts, and this is really important because could be a really good guide to check the KYC's implementation or vulnerabilities. Okay, I will talk particularly about the facial recognition when the enrollment starts. Normally we can find a lot of IDORs. For example, this application, if I fill it with incorrect information like 111, no information is provided when I click on or push validate there. Providing a valid ID, the data triggers automatically or automatic field completion, okay? I can modify the 111 to a valid ID, and when I put a valid ID, I will receive a lot of information. This is a normal scenario, and why is important that step? Because when the process of KYC starts, the application will ask about a lot of information, and maybe those steps are broken, okay? For example, capturing traffic, you can see there 1111 in the document parameter, and when I put an invalid ID, I can see information, but what happens if I put my ID, for example? I will receive a lot of information. Hopefully this information is super old. And what do you think? Do you see any kind of authentication here? No, check. Normally it's possible to find the KYC process without authentication or with IDORs who leak a lot of personal information. Talking about the two-factor for performing action, I recently told you in some cases the authentication, when I open the application, the authentication it's created by the developers, and the only thing is to bypass the client-side validation. And the client-side validation, normally it's this example. We can have a passcode, and if I put, I don't know, 33333, I will receive 403 forbidden as an invalid code, okay? But again, what happens if I capture a real scenario because I bypassed the binary protection or the protections such as broken, anti-emulation, SSL pinning and whatever. I found that potential bypass because the authentication, the JWT or the authorization is created before I open the application, and when I capture the normal traffic or a normal flow and keep to the 200 OK response, I will receive this. I will edit the response, editing the response, and I will access to the balance account. This is a super tricky or super high vulnerability? No, but when you start to see these clues, is a really good opportunity to continue checking or seeing in another implementation. And the last one, the last example, the facial recognition, okay? It's a combination of those techniques and could be applied. I was talking about, I don't know, creating, manipulating the IDs with the QR bar, with the image as a photo or a video, or checking the IDORs. And this is the worst scenario when we start to analyze an application and we start to find a lot of implementation or insecure implementation, okay? And this last example is with a video. I can record a video with the gestures, and why I can see or where I can find the information about this. Performing reverse engineering with any tool, I don't know if it's Android or iOS, you can use several tools, and you can find, for example, the implementation of look to the left, look to the right, look to whatever, and the several gestures. And as the beginning of the talk, based on what application requests. If the application requests the left side and right side, it's possible to create a video with that gestures. What else? Could I inject performing a man-in-the-middle attack? Yeah. Could I check if the application use B64 or base 64, or I don't know. The scenarios will change and depend on the mobile application. And what else? The interesting thing here is to check all the whole implementation. And okay, one or multiple bypasses can be performed against the protection. Okay, the root check, the jailbroken device, the anti-emulation, the obfuscation, I don't know. And to finish, by performing a man-in-the-middle attack, it's possible to analyze if, I don't know, I talk about the success rate, and some applications needs a success rate to check if the video or the liveness video or the liveness proof or the image are good. And in some cases, when are you creating a document or ID, you can check if the server, if the response send information as 80%, 90%, 95%, or whatever, some kind of rate success, you can check using the man in the middle, or you can check using those techniques, okay? It's possible to analyze what information is being sent, how it can be manipulated, and obtain information about the KYC process, as success rate, implementation details, communication flow, etc. This is an example or an ID spoofing, and it's an application who implement a vendor, and this vendor, it's possible to use, I don't know, with a physical device, with an emulator device, or within emulators. And what happened there? I'm using an emulator device to perform the cam spoofing attack, and using my ID. What else? What happens if I modify my ID and I put other information like the fake ID? What do you think? Will work or not? Okay. What else? The last one is the facial recognition with custom implementations. I will use again, I can use the fake ID or I can create one. This is an expired ID and I'll record the video. But what happens if I use the face for the other person with some success rate good for me, or similar using image or videos? Okay, I cannot continue with the attack vector because, as I told when I started the talk, those examples are for research purposes, and I think it's really important to understand why what happened here, or which is the problem. To finish, some final conclusion. The KYC implementation may involve many steps, as I told you. Maybe the pre-boarding is the first step, where it's possible to read personal data, mobile phone number, email, verification code, etc. After that, a second step is the backend check, the SDK initialization. What happened? The SDK initialize with the AP key. Sorry. And what else? Session setup, the onboarding session. After that, start the document capture, the front and the back of the document, the selfie plus face match, processing and checks, the OCR evaluation, the electronic verification, the anti-fraud checks, and after that, the approval and completion. This is the super example, but a lot of applications implement less steps, okay? And when implement less steps are, for example, if you don't have the step 7, the anti-fraud check, maybe you have a RAS protection or binary protection and you can bypass them. After that, you have the KYC implementation, and maybe it's a custom or by, I don't know, third-party library implementation, or via WebView implementation. And there you need to check, for example, if you can bypass them, and if you bypass them, the last step is the anti-fraud checks, and maybe the application could have VOUCHERS or similar vendors implementations or similar implementation in order to check if it's possible to bypass or not, okay? And in some cases applies a lot of steps. But final conclusions. There are many other techniques and implementation that could be applied. This is the tip of the iceberg. It's always important to access whether or if any runtime application or binary protection are in place. You need to bypass them. Depending which vendor could have better or worse implementation. Or if it's custom, yeah, the same. It's also it's critical to determine if the implementation is custom or provided by third-party libraries or vendors, because there includes in some cases multiple layers of protection: the root detection, the anti-emulation detection, the anti-tampering detection, the obfuscation, the SSL pinning, and a lot of implementation. Okay. What else? Finally, as I already said, exists some SDK implementation like anti-fraud mechanisms. What else? Another really good conclusion or approach is to have cybersecurity or regular cybersecurity assessment, because here the important thing is if you have a lot of SDKs implemented within your application and you have a RASP, you have a KYC SDK, a RASP SDK, KYC SDK, anti-fraud SDK, and several SDKs implementation or several layers implemented, you need to check them and you need to check if their RASP is working correctly or not. You need to check all the configuration, I don't know, all the setup or hardening for several or different devices, I don't know, using different version or kernel of kernels or different version or I don't know, meshes setup, I don't know, use old techniques or new techniques, and you need to combine because depending on which RASP are you talking, you could find some good or bad integration. Okay. Also with the KYC, I started the talk mentioning 4 different ways to, depending the vendor, to reverse and analyze the application. I mentioned, for example, third-party libraries or based on libraries in a native way or not, in an hybrid way or in a custom implementation, and that is really important to check because there is a really good opportunity to reversing and to analyze. Finally, the custom implementation, I don't know, maybe have root beer, for example, and root beer it's easy to bypass, anti-emulation, anti-free, anti-magic, obfuscation, certificate pinning, encryption, or I don't know, other techniques or other implementation within the application. And this, it's also a really good step because you need to be sure the development team is continually trained in cybersecurity, or at least they know, hey, why I sending all this information in the response, or why I will put the key here, or the development team, it's part of this, and if it's trained in cybersecurity, it will be better. As I said, the regular cybersecurity services, hardware assessment or whatever. But it's really important to understand, hey, I have my application, but I have a lot of implementations, and I need to check. I need to understand if it's working or not, and that is fundamental. And well, any questions? Thank you very much. I think
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. I guess this was also. Hey, Juan.
Hey.
What's up, my friend? How are you doing? Thank you
Hello,
for
guys.
cloning me. And that
Yeah.
chick, I don't know who that chick was, but she looked so hot, man.
It was a friend. No. It's your photo with my hair. Are you mute? I think.
Okay, all my jokes went to nothing. We were just joking about. We were just telling like that hot chick, that we saw. We were just talking about that. But let's just do a little introduction also. Like we met Juan. We know Juan for a while on LinkedIn. Many of you probably that are in this call, we have chat with you some time. But Juan, we met Juan during the mobile hacking conference, like with Lukas. It was a great event. We were all very warm with each other. We went to some dinners, we drinked, and we had some fun at DEF CON. This is actually great about these conferences. And this is why we bring you all together as well. Please do not spam each other in the chat, but just connect with each other. See if you can do something together. That would be amazing. Arno, we have some questions for Juan. Juan, give me a couple of seconds. I have some for you ready. Before we jump into the questions, I want to quickly give let's do the questions first and then move over to the CTF update and stuff. After this call, after the questions, we will do the giveaway and give you the update. The giveaway is, again, this one is a big one. It's a full bundle containing 2 courses in it. We will also drop in extra, my team, are we dropping some extra discount for this bundle as well or not? I guess so. So right now, let's start with the question. So Juan, I do have one big question that's on my head, and then we'll move over to the audience. One of them is, do you think that AI is becoming a problem with all these KYC? And how can like financial institutes protect themselves against these kind of the KYC bypasses?
Oh, it's a really good, it's the big question, because honestly, some time ago when I started to analyze the KYC implementation, it was like, hey, maybe it could be potential, will be possible to exploit some kind of, I don't know, vendor. But after analyze, you can check a lot of steps. When I finished the talk, I tried to put 7 steps, like depending the KYC implementation or the client or the vendor, you could have a lot of steps. And in some cases, depending the vendor, they have good protections for the, I don't know, SSL pinning bypass. And in some cases, it's really hard or really difficult to bypass the SSL pinning. But if you can to bypass them, you can use, I don't know, the AI for creating documents or to creating deepfakes. And again, it's really important to understand if you have several SDKs implemented within your application, if they are working well, because maybe you can, or you could have the, I don't know, Rust protection, but could be bypassed. And if it's bypassed, you need to analyze the KYC implementation. And maybe the KYC implementation could be bypassed again. And which is the last, I don't know, protection, the anti-cheating SDK. But not all KYC or not all the clients implement the anti-cheating. And when you have some clues, you can, or you could bypass them. And I don't know, the EA, sorry, it's a really good player to bypass them. I think this is a really complicated issue for all the, I don't know, the KYC implementations or I can't talk about one segment or vertical, but I think the implementation are complicated.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic. You know, I think KYC is a very important thing for many companies. And can you just tell me also, like we will switch over to the audience. Please drop in all your questions. I think Juan also recorded some of them. I have one more question, Arno, then I will give you the word. What about I think I forgot. But the most. Yeah, what is your company doing right now? You know, because that's very important. You specialize in this kind of stuff, and there might be people in the audience watching and thinking like, okay, Juan knows all this stuff and his company knows this. What are you guys doing? What is your specialty? Because you called just mobile. So I assume you do a lot of mobile. So can you tell a little bit more about your company, what you guys do, and maybe there are people that are interested to reach out to you as well.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Yumi. The company is just mobile security, and we perform cybersecurity for mobile applications. And not only for the Android and iOS, we start to analyze a lot of or several applications. And no problem is, I don't know, if your application is native or hybrid, it's all the time you need to analyze the application, and it's possible to find vulnerabilities in the binary or within the communication or within the several SDK implementations. And we all the time perform cybersecurity for mobile application and the environment related to them. I don't know, we are a Shan company. I started with the company 5 years ago. I don't know, we are trying to analyze, look for vulnerabilities or a lot of findings all the time. And we have a really good team. And I'm really happy with my team because all the time they are trying to do the best. And I don't know, I'm really happy. Again, I'm really happy with you, Yumit and Arno, for this invitation because it was amazing when we talked last year at Black Hat, no, at DEFCON. And
yeah.
it was, hey guys, let's go to grab some food and enjoy some time. And I don't know, I think
It's guys, this is something you need to know, all of you. Yeah, DEFCON is a crazy place, right? Las Vegas is a crazy place. So usually when everyone goes there, it's also party and all that stuff. First day I had partied and I had to talk the day after. So I met Juan. I was like very did not sleep that much. I was still sick from the day before and they were laughing at me. And I think the day after you got, you didn't sleep that much.
The same. I couldn't talk a lot, but it was a really good place. I don't know. I think this amazing idea from you, Arno, and from Lucas, it's an amazing opportunity to share knowledge, to share. I don't know. I couldn't see the other talks today. I will try to do now, but it's an amazing place to the time all the people ask, hey, do you have some kind of material? Do you have information about conferences? And I think this could be a starting point of this.
Thank you. So, Arno, do you have any questions for Juan? Because I think people, you now still have time to comment, like, and subscribe. Subscribe to the channel. Guys, we cannot emphasize this enough. Subscribe to the channel. We need you there so we can publish more stuff. That's one thing. If you want to participate in the giveaway, please comment in the chat and also subscribe to the channel. We are going to give away a big one right now and hope you are part of this. Arno, you have any questions to Juan? And then we'll do the giveaway.
No, I think it's a really interesting topic. So yeah, the same question you already asked with AI, I think you can easily clone the face, the voice, everything. So yeah, my question was, what's the best protection? But I guess it will also be layered, and it's not one thing, but what you said, that you have like 7 things you can do.
Yeah, I don't know if I have one protection, but maybe it's that the layer protection, because the layer protection trying to I don't know, the development team needs to be need to understand, and need to also the cybersecurity team or the the company needs to understand if the company or the KYC is well implemented. Maybe are you using a good KYC implementer or vendor or not? And maybe if I don't know, it's complicated, but I think the best way is try to analyze and check if it's possible to bypass. Trying to analyze the Raspberry implementation, if you have the KYC, the anti-cheat, and I think that it's the only way for me now to try to avoid these attacks.
So we need like multi-layer security to be able to prevent this stuff. I agree with you. This is the same with anything else in security. Layered security is the way we should go. Multi-layers. It's like an iOS phone. Multi-layered of security. If you think you bypass one thing, you have 6 other things to go solve. So this should make things more difficult. Thank you very much, Juan. You can stay on the line while we do the giveaway. First of all, guys, go ahead. It's your time right now. Let me give you a small update on what's going on at the moment. on the CTF side of things, because that's also very exciting. I will show you the prices that we will give away there. So this is the CTF URL. I think some of you were asking, what is the URL? Please participate in this. There's 1 day left. We have great prices. The first price is a full bundle that is approximately like 4,500. It contains kernel and fuzzing, the one that we are giving away right now. So it's almost 5,000 euro in prices. If you would do this on the conference, you would be paying more than 10,000 euros. So we hopefully, you know, for the people who will be able to solve it, get this one. And the second place is the Android hacking course from Ken, the one that all of you were writing about in the comments. And we have the third prize, which is the CAPT CIPT bundle. So join this CTF, do it. Let's check the scoreboard quickly for, wow, that's crazy, man.
I think a lot of people joined, over 300, 350, something like that. So we have a lot of different challenges, Android, iOS, one Android kernel. And also regarding this topic, also one KYC bypass lab. So a lot of different things.
So many people solved a lot of stuff, and I'm pretty sure there are some labs that will not be solved that easily. So feel free.
Hopefully, indeed, if in half a day all our challenges are solved and we are too bad or the AI is too good. So that shouldn't be the case.
Guys, after that, like we said, after this day, maybe mobile hacking lab is not existing anymore. But let's do the giveaway. I think this is what you were all waiting for. We're going to start now. Please make sure that you are subscribed on the channel and that you are, make sure that you're subscribed. That's the most important thing for us. And also comment, because based on your comment, there will be a selection done. I'm going to do it right now. And anyone also would like to see Mrs. Catwoman again, please let me know in the comment if Miss Cat should do another performance tomorrow or today. Let's go. Here we go. Arno, the honor is on you this time. Sure. Okay, here, Arno, you can now use the... Anyone who wins, this is, you have to thank this to Arno. He's the one who is going to... Okay.
Press the button.
So I will just load the comments in there. We have now 206 people watching. And let's see how many comments. There are quite a bit of comments. If you did not participate, it's your own fault. You could have won. Huh? Oh yeah, let's disable the duplicates for the ones. Exclude duplicates. So for the next ones, even if you post like 100 times, it's for this one we're gonna remove the duplicates. Okay. Here we go. Arno, the honor is on you. Go ahead and press the button.
All right, here we go.
Start.
Let's start in
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yay! When's what is it? What is the name?
When's is the name.
When's 0x076. Congrats, my friends. You, my friend, you won the bundle. You won the Userland. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Yeah. I can see it. I love you, Imitakso. I love you guys too. We love all of you. To be honest, like without you guys, we couldn't have done any one of this stuff. Like seriously, I cannot thank you more deeper from my heart for all the support that you guys have been giving. You guys are amazing. We have another giveaway, of course, and at the end, we do another one. So we have still 2 more giveaways coming. Stay on the line. The next one, I think you guys are going to drop another 75%, right? Or something like that. The team is going to drop another one. So if you didn't make it for the bundle, you can now join the full chain bundle. If I'm correct? Correct, right, Zelia? So you will be able to join the full chain bundle for literally nothing almost. Then this is just to promote the courses for you guys as well. Guys, let's now, we have another talk that's going to happen, which is very exciting. We created a course together with Gabrielle. Maybe you want to tell a little bit more about that?
Yes, Gabrielle also, we also met her during DevCon. So yeah, really a lot of people at the mobile hacking community there. So. And she created a course about AI and ML pen testing. So machine learning and AI, of course, very hot topic now.
Oh, 1 second. I want to comment on one comment in the comment. Well, someone says it's not real. That's why the people who win, please go ahead on LinkedIn or whatever. We prefer LinkedIn. Tag us in there. Let people know that you really won so that everyone knows this is something real. We do this for years now. We give away prizes. It is all real. I hope you win. That's what I can say. Okay, continue. Arno, the course.
Yes, the course is about AI and ML pen testing. So how can you test applications which has a component of AI or ML? But yeah, I cannot say everything about the contents. Gabrielle has a lot of experience with it. She also, I think, is famous from a lot of conferences, did a lot of research. So she has created a really nice extensive training about AI and machine learning, and just a lot of nice examples about not only AI but also models within apps, for example. So I think it's a great topic and a great course as well. We are going to launch today, so make sure to join the next session where we also will give away one of those courses, which will be just released today.
Yeah, I think the course from Gabrielle is very specifically interesting because we will open the talk in a couple of seconds. This is also in combination with the pre-sale. That means you will be able to join this course for a very reduced price, especially during this coming 2 days. One of the cool things from our course, what we really like is we do a lot in AI. We develop in AI, and the cool, interesting thing is that nowadays phones come with small models included in some of these devices, and which is very interesting. And Gabriella is going to showcase you something very interesting, how to pen test these type of application. And it is very relevant in this time of age to know how to pen test mobile apps that have interaction with models locally on the device as well. All right, guys, thank you so much. We're going to continue to the next one. Please stay with us. Don't leave. And let's do the next talk. All right, guys. After this one, we do another giveaway. So make sure to stay. And we will, because of the closing of the event, we will do another big giveaway. We're looking forward to it. Here we go.
So hello everyone, and thank you for being here today. So my name is Gabrielle Botbol, and I am an offensive security consultant, and I offer various cybersecurity related services such as training and consulting. And in recent years, I have been recognized with awards such as Top 20 Women in Cybersecurity in Canada and Woman Hacker of the Year. Today, we will talk about Android application pen test, but also about AI. And so we will see how we can use AI to enhance our pen test, but also how we can pen test AI-enhanced Android applications. And we will have a deep dive into this new layer that AI brings on the attack surface. So to start, a very brief recap. Android is a mobile operating system based on a modified Linux kernel with applications primarily written in Kotlin and Java. And so Android, at its core, is an architecture designed as a multi-layer software stack. And so this stack is fundamental to understand the breadth of the attack surface we will discuss. So now let's move on to the pentest process itself. So Android app pentest is a specialized domain of pentest. So the key difference compared to a web application pentest, for example, is that our analysis primarily focuses on an executable. So here we need to reverse engineer an APK file and analyze. So it's not just about network traffic, it's about the application code and logic itself. So now let's explore why Android security is so crucial, especially in the AI era. So this is crucial because malware like gold pickaxe shows the high stakes using social engineering two-still identity documents for deepfakes and illegal banking access. And so beyond these two things, two things are happening. So first, cyber criminals are actively using AI to enhance their attacks, and Gen AI apps themselves do pose security risk, as we have seen in vulnerabilities in popular apps like Perplexity or DeepSeek. And so this situation is rapidly creating a new and expanded attack surface. So the figure you see come from Ziperium's Global Mobile Threat Report, and so it's been compiled using real-world data collected throughout 2024. And so if we had to mention only 2 points, we could say that 61.2% of Android devices were running outdated OS versions in 2024, and over half of these, which is around 35%, were eligible for updates, which means that these vulnerabilities could have been avoided. And the second one, and this is typical of the AI era, is that the AI usage grew by 160% in apps on enterprise devices. And so of that significant growth, about 12% of those apps were related to finance. So this also really highlights the rapidly growing new risk vector. So to go further with AI security risk, I wanted to also present these figures taken from the report Top AI Security Incident by Adversa. So these figures highlight the importance of understanding 3 essential terms. So prompt injection is when a malicious actor tricks an AI system by sneaking harmful commands into their input, which can override the original rules or the system prompt. And hallucinations occur when an LLM makes up information, so typically when the correct answer was not in its training data. And finally, information exposure refers to when an LLM accidentally reveals sensitive information. So now let's look at how AI is actually built into Android and mobile devices. So there are essentially 4 main ways this works. So first, we have what's called embedded or on-device AI, and so sometimes it's referred to as Edge AI. And this is where models like Gemini Nano run directly on your phone hardware for tasks such as summarizing text without sending any data to the cloud. And second, there's cloud-based AI or enhanced AI, where your device sends data to remote servers for more complex processing. And it's often used for generative AI, like Gemini, for example. And the third approach is the hybrid model, which combines both on-device AI for fast basic tasks and the cloud for more demanding tasks. And finally, Google provides various AI tools and frameworks like Gemini in Android Studio to make it easy for developers to integrate these powerful features into their own apps. So, where is AI in a mobile device? So before diving into this slide, I wanted to briefly mention the difference between AI and Gen AI. So traditional AI analyzes existing data to make predictions and classifications. So it answers questions like, what is this or what will happen next? And generative AI, on the other hand, creates entirely new content based on user prompts such as original text, images, or code. And so on this slide, I wanted to show where we can find AI in a mobile device because this isn't always obvious. So we can group it into 4 main areas. So the first one is user interface and interaction. So this covers all the ways you communicate with your phone, such as virtual assistants like Google Assistant, or features like predictive text and smart reply suggestions. The second one is core system intelligence. So this is the AI that runs beneath the surface to manage the device, including security features like scam detection, battery optimizations, and on-device processes like TensorFlow Lite, for example. And the third one is content creation and media. So this focuses on creative features, and so, for example, camera and photography AI, which enhances images and media consumption. And finally, the connected experience category. This is what links your device to the outside world. So it can be a smart home integration or a health monitoring system, for example. So another precision before diving into the attack surface. So we know that OWASP has published both the ML top 10 and the LLM top 10. And so my initial thought when starting AI red teaming was that the LLM list is focused more on post-deployment attacks, while the ML list was more focused on pre-deployment. But I realized something really important is that if an attacker is able to fingerprint or steal a model file, they can actually use attacks from the ML top 10 after deployment as well. So this kind of, this blurring of lines, it really shows why both sets of risks are important. And also, I also recommend checking out Ria Maheshwari's repository because she has this great table that you see on the screen, and she also has really interesting blog articles. So what does the Android attack surface look like today? So it is a sum of its traditional vulnerabilities plus a whole new set of threats introduced by artificial intelligence. So traditional vulnerabilities cover the existing device stack. So they include the application layer like coding flows or insecure storage, the operating system and system component, so network and connectivity exploits, and human-centric issues like user interaction errors and misuse permissions. The AI layer then adds new dimensions to all these areas and significantly expand the attack surface at various levels. And so AI-enhanced applications face new inputs, introducing risks like prompt injection for chatbot and adversarial examples, which are tiny invisible data changes that fool the AI model. And so AI data flow over the network becomes a crucial point for data leakage of sensitive training or inference result and for model tampering during update or through the supply chain. And the AI model itself is now a direct target because attackers will seek model theft or they will try to introduce data poisoning into the training set, and this will cause the AI to develop weaknesses before deployment. And finally, AI-driven data inference is a privacy threat because the AI can deduce sensitive private details like location history from seemingly harmless data, and this can be done even without explicit permissions. So to summarize, the Android attack surface is a complex interplay of the traditional technical stack and the entire lifecycle of embedded and cloud-connected AI systems. So this means that AI security demands a shift from a purely technical lens to a more holistic socio-technical perspective, which requires new tools and sometimes even new skills. So now let's talk about API. So developers use them for everything, which is from accessing remote data to improving performance and making applications flexible and scalable. And today, APIs are also the gateway for artificial intelligence tasks like computer vision and natural language understanding. And so AI has also fundamentally changed the API ecosystem. So Google created a brand new simpler API like MLKit. So developers don't need a PhD in machine learning to add AI features. And so at the system level, the Neural Networks API now gives apps a direct line to the specialized AI chips built into many phones. Also, one of the biggest shifts is the move from cloud AI to edge processing, meaning more tasks happen locally on the device. So this is supposed to be better for privacy. So the developer experience is simpler, but this all creates new security challenges. So now if we look at the difference between traditional APIs and modern APIs that handle AI, the distinction is clear because traditional APIs handle basic operations like payment and use predictable structured data like JSON, and they are deterministic, which means that the same input will give the same output all the time. But modern APIs, on the other hand, provide intelligent predictions and outputs. And so they use flexible data like images, audio, and text, and they are often probabilistic. So you might send the same input twice, but you will get different results. And so for us as pen testers, this means that we are no longer just testing the apps application and OS layers. We are also now testing the privacy of local data, the resilience of the model to adversarial inputs, and observing its non-deterministic behavior. So when you're testing an AI-enhanced Android application, each phase of the traditional methodology gets significantly expanded. So for more details, I also made another comparison that you will find in the resources I will provide at the end. But in the reconnaissance phase, we have a few things that change. So we will basically need to identify AI system architecture, map the endpoints, and analyze the model we find, including the input and output formats. It also changes a few things for the dynamic analysis, static analysis, and report phase. So we will see more what happens for these specific topics in a few slides. But the bottom line here is that AI doesn't replace the methodology because it layers on top of it. So each phase now has AI-specific components that require new tools, new techniques, and sometimes, as we just seen, new skills as well. So you're not just testing an app anymore, you're testing the app and the AI model that lives inside it. So this typically would add 30 to 50% more time in your engagement. So before getting into the threat modeling framework dedicated to AI, let's make a quick reminder on what threat modeling is. So threat modeling is the process of identifying, understanding, and assessing potential threats to a system. So it's really a critical activity that can be carried out by pen testers themselves, often before a pen test even begins. So while traditional frameworks like Stride were useful, they were insufficient once the AI arrived. So that's why the OWASP AI threat model was created because it has as a goal to provide a comprehensive framework. So it distinguishes three types of threats: those that occur during development time, those that exploit the model when it's in use, and those that attack the entire system during runtime, so in production. So these threats target the three main attacker objectives related to the CIA triad. So disclose for confidentiality, deceive for integrity, and disrupt for availability. And so this framework is essential because the AI layer introduced completely new attack vectors, so like data poisoning, prompt injection, and model theft. So here we can see that threat modeling is more important than ever in the AI era to anticipate and protect against these evolving risks. So now that we have seen how we can threat model with these new AI risks, I want to introduce a very useful tool for us as pen tester, the OWASP AI testing guide. So it is like a comprehensive playbook created by the OWASP Foundation to help professionals test AI systems. So it is extremely useful for us because it provides the structure framework and the specialized knowledge needed to identify, exploit, and report on the unique security, privacy, and ethical vulnerabilities that AI systems introduce. So on the screen, you can see a visual I created to show how we, as pen testers, can use the guide covering attack vectors and testing phases. So this visual will, of course, be also in the resources that I gave you at the end. So I wanted to make a table of the various possible tools, and of course, I also wanted to mention AI-enhanced tools that can be used for a pen test. So on the screen, you have various tools split in 3 categories. So we have the traditional tools that we use for Android application pen test, the AI-enhanced tool that we can use for Android pen test, and the tools that can be used to pen test AI. So one specific tool I want to mention is Android Meta. This tool is an LLM tool designed to deobfuscate Android app code and file vulnerabilities. And so it has been created by Vaibhav Agrawal, who works for Google. So now, how do we proceed for the static analysis? So we have to check Android manifest.xml and strings.xml, and we can also enumerate database, so you can find some tools on GitHub that can help you for this purpose. And of course, we need to check for sensitive data. So for AI-enhanced apps, we can search for AI model and configuration files and analyze them. So to go further on this, I shared in the resources an article on how to integrate custom PyTorch models in Android app, which was made by Gabrielle Mongaras. So this way you can have an idea on how developers integrate AI in their code. So here I wanted to provide a reminder on how to check the code, because I will show some examples in the next upcoming slides. But to check the code, so you can use JADX or APK tools, and you can use the command that you see on the screen. So once you have the source code, you can search for keywords such as HTTP or HTTPS to identify API endpoints. Additionally, you can look for functions or classes that handle network requests and responses. And also the Android manifest.xml file in the application's APK package contains metadata about the application, including the declared permissions, services, and activities. So you can look for permissions related to network communication, which can help you identify API endpoints. And finally, you can analyze the application's JavaScript files. So if the application uses WebView or the Android Interface Definition Language, AIDL, for inter-process communication, you can analyze the JavaScript files or the AIDL files to identify API endpoints. And so here, it's worth checking, of course, for AI APIs endpoints, and they could look like what you see on the screen. So now I want to present an app that I created. So as you know, the number of AI-generated mobile applications is about to explode. And so thanks to tools that let anyone build an app in minutes. So the problem is that rapidly produced code is fragile. A recent Veracode analysis found that when given a choice, Gen AI models chose the insecure coding option 45% of the time. So to demonstrate just how real this risk is, I created the Oracle of Bad Advice app. So I'll show you 2 specific vulnerabilities to highlight the risks of AI-enhanced app and AI-coded applications, so vibe coding. So first is static analysis, and later I will show you a prompt injection example for during dynamic analysis. So here we have the static analysis example of the Oracle app. So I decompiled my APK and I was able to get all the files, including the model file built with TensorFlow. And here, with just a strings on the model file, we are already able to leak a hard-coded API key. But if you wanted, so here, strings actually did the job for this specific demo, but if you wanted to do a more comprehensive analysis of a model file, you could use an app like Neutron. So Neutron is a graphical viewer for neural networks, and so it helps to visualize the model's architecture, so layers and connections, and it can sometimes reveal metadata or layer names more visually. So you can see the Neutron of my app on the bottom of the screen. And finally, for a very deep dive, you could also convert the TF-Lite binary into a human-readable JSON format. And so you have tools like flat buffers to JSON that will do this for you. And so this will expose all internal details, including custom metadata fields. So here I wanted also to specify that we already do these kind of things when we do a static analysis of a classical Android app. So in this example, we have a snippet from the voluntarily vulnerable app called Injured Android, and we have a Google API key. Also, if you want to facilitate all of this even more, you can use grep directly in the decompiled code you got with APK tool. And you can also, if you use mobsf, grep in the folder where mobsf decompiles the code. And if you want more tips on grep in the resources, I added a link to my Gitbook with more tips on grep. So, as you know, the dynamic analysis part is the part where you will intercept traffic with burp or OWASP zap and analyze it. And so during this phase, you can check for tap jacking. It's like click jacking but for mobile app. You can also check if you are able to capture screens that contain sensitive data. And of course, you can check the OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities. And so with an AI enhanced app, you can monitor ML inference calls, test with adversarial input, and observe model behavior under edge cases. So for example, if you are testing a banking app with fraud detection, you could monitor the fraud detection model, test it with adversarial transactions, and then observe the model behavior. And so you can also, during this phase, try to identify API endpoints. So on the screen, you can see what it could look like. But what can be really efficient is to use a word list and fuzz for possible endpoints. And so there is a link to a word list of possible endpoints on the screen. And for AI API endpoint, as we saw in the static analysis, they often follow the same design patterns that common APIs use. So here we have a classical example of a direct prompt injection from the Oracle app I created, where the chatbot will happily give us its API key. So in a real context, of course, it is more subtle, and sometimes we even need to interact a little more with the chatbot to get what we want. So here, I made a visual to summarize the research from researchers of Monash University in Australia. So it is called a Smart App Attack, hacking deep learning model in Android apps. And so the visual will be accessible in the resources I will provide at the end of the presentation. So this research evaluated an initial pool of 394 Android apps containing AI models. And so using a novel gray approach, they isolated 53 apps that used custom transfer learning and achieved 71.7% compromise rate against that vulnerable subset. So, to simplify, they created an automated pipeline that identifies an app's public AI model, builds a twin model, and uses it to generate invisible attacks that fool the original app's AI. So this is critical because it proves that on-device AI models are essentially unprotected binaries sitting in APK packages with no encryption and no obfuscation. So this research clearly proves that mobile app pen testing needs to include ML testing, and that our defensive posture requires model encryption to protect the model's intellectual property, ensemble method using multiple models to make attacks harder, and integrity monitoring to ensure the model file hasn't been tampered with. So, I know the title of this slide is a little provocative, but I formulated it like this because the research I am mentioning here shows that traditional vulnerabilities can still be found in AI apps. And it feels like this case study captures the current state of mobile AI app security and how fragile it is. So to summarize, AppNox researchers analyzed the DeepSeek Android app and identified 6 core vulnerabilities. And more recently, they found that every single one of those vulnerabilities also exists in the Perplexity app alongside several new ones. So what's concerning is what they represent. It's a lack of basic app hardening, insecure defaults, and almost no resistance to reverse engineering. And as I just said, these are traditional vulnerabilities, so the same ones we find in traditional mobile app pentest. So this research really raises the question of how we can marry speed and security in the AI era. We need to save time by automating tasks, so we can invent solutions that allow us to anticipate risks rather than constantly chasing after security fixes. So, after seeing the complexity of this new attack surface, it's crucial to understand our methodology and that our reporting tool must adapt. So first, to the traditional standard we already use, we must add the AI standards, and particularly those focused on security and trustworthiness. So AI trustworthiness requires the model to be aligned, so it means that it must be ethical, transparent, and robust. So when we test a model against an adversarial attack, we check its robustness. When we use prompt injection, we also check its ethical alignment. And so this is why, as I mentioned earlier, AI pentest is no longer just a technical process, but it becomes a holistic and socio-technical one. And the new approach has a major impact on how we deliver our reports. So the traditional report format remains valid. However, integrating AI vulnerabilities require a significant adaptation of the content and context. And so the main reason is that AI introduces a completely new threat landscape. So vulnerabilities are no longer deterministic, but probabilistic and data-centric. They exploit the model's logic training or inference process with attacks like prompt injection or data poisoning. And the risk scoring also changes. The traditional CVSS score does not reflect the impact of AI vulnerabilities. So this is why we can use the AI VSS scores, which was recently published by OWASP. So the impact is no longer limited to the CIA triad because it extends to trustworthiness concerns like algorithmic bias and ethical violations. So to conclude, AI security demands that we adapt every section of our report from the scope to the recommendations. And in fact, it becomes a continuous and interdisciplinary process which is focused on building and maintaining trust. So I have an exciting news for you today. With Mobile Hacking Lab, we have put together a whole new course about this topic. So if you join right now, you can have an amazing discount. On top of the 50% pre-sale, you will have an additional 15% if you join during the conference. And also, you will find free AI labs, so check them out. So, every resources that I mentioned during this talk are on this Notion page. And also, if you want to see my talk about traditional Android pen test, you will also have a link to this talk there, along with my pen tips on Android and AI. And finally, thank you everyone for your attention. It was a pleasure to be here today, and go check the course if you are interested in this topic.
All right, thank you so much. This brought us actually to the last, this was the last talk of today. One of the most exciting ones actually that we were waiting for. Let me stop the sharing also so we can see your face, Gabriella, much better. Hey, Gabriella, what's up? How are you doing? Nice to see you again. It's always great speaking with you. Arno is here as well.
Yeah, nice to see you again.
Hello, Arno.
So, your talk is actually very exciting. I think it's very relevant for everyone right now who is in mobile security or just in security in general. We need to understand how we test these new type of applications, which is very cool. Also, very cool that you created such an amazing course. Yeah, I cannot tell you how excited we are. We are very excited about this stuff. So I think Arno has several questions for you he prepared. So Arno, I'll give you the word. Go ahead. And then guys, after the questions, so you can drop in all your questions already also in the live chat. And then Gabrielle will start answering those as well. First, we'll do this and then move over. Let's go.
Yes, Gabrielle. Yeah, I think it's a really interesting topic indeed. So I have a couple of questions. So first thing is, how do you stay up to date if you test this AI ML things? Do you use some checklist from OWASP or what? Yeah, what do you do to stay up to date?
So I regularly check the standards like MITRE-Atlas, OWASP, AI Exchange is also very good. And I have I'm putting together, it's not up yet, but I'm putting together a dashboard that I will use to also have some sort of information that will be live and from the certs, from various big names from the industry about AI and AI security.
Okay, nice. And one other question I have is, do you also use AI to test AI? Because I think this week we also saw some nice examples that I think some people used Claude to find a lot of vulnerabilities in the pipeline, and then they did some prompt injection that they tested Claude with Claude, something like that, and exploited it. So do you also use that in your daily work or in this investigation?
Yes, I do. I had the opportunity to test Djini AI, of course, and also I used Android Meda, which is also a cool tool made by Google, and also various other tools. And and you will actually in the course have a demo on Android Meda, a short demo also on Djini AI, and you will also have a hands-on on Garak. So there are a lot of tools. They really constantly evolve, but it's always nice to check them out. And one thing I always advise people to do is to make their own lab, and this way they can check various tools that are out there and see what's new and test out other things. So yeah, I really like to use various AI tools also to pen test.
You know what I like what you said, Gabriella, is that you said like build your own lab and start playing around with it as well, right? I think that's the best approach. This is also how I learned a lot of stuff, like first studying and then building something that is vulnerable, and then I will understand how it details work actually. Yeah, that's great. Can you also tell a little bit more about some of the labs that you included in your new course? What type of stuff we might expect in there for the people who are interested in your course?
Yeah, sure. So you will have prompt injection labs. You will have most of the OWASP top 10, the current 2025 OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities will be in the labs for the course. And so sensitive information disclosure and a lot of OWASP AI vulnerabilities will be out for you to test and experiment with the labs.
Amazing. Arno, do you have some other questions for Gabriella?
No, I think that's it. I think it's a really exciting course, and indeed, do hands-on. I think that's also a nice approach, because I think some companies still might be hesitant with AI, but yeah, if you then just try it in your free time and just experiment with it, I think that's always a good approach.
I think also we are all searching at the moment. We all, as Pentest security people, searching for a way how we can go with this new wave of AI tools and all that kind of stuff. Like, how do we test them? How do we find stuff? Like, this is very interesting. Gabriella, we have some questions for you. One of the questions, we have a couple of questions for you. I will read one of them. Will you include the iOS material in the AI ML pen testing course? That's what they are asking.
The course is centered mostly on Android, but some tools that I will mention can be used also for iOS. But the course is all about Android.
Yeah. So does it maybe happen in the future that we might add like 1 or 2 labs there that might be iOS?
We could try to do that. I will work on it.
Yeah. Welcome. So the second questions we got, they are sending me that over here. With AI, how is bug bounty or pen testing area are going to impact? Yeah, I think that's that's a interesting question. I can also help with that in a minute. But go ahead, Gabriela.
There's actually multiple bug bounty platforms that will allow you to find AI vulnerabilities and disclose them. So I've seen multiple. I can provide the names later. I don't have them in mind right now. And I don't think like it's, AI is just, in my opinion, AI is just yet another tool. And so that's why when I heard Ken talk this morning, when he said that he was testing AI and everything, it was really interesting because if you don't understand what you're doing, you cannot use AI to help you. You actually need to understand what you do and to understand what the tool is doing to be able to be efficient in your pen test. So I think, like another tool, AI will help us to gain some time on things, but I don't think it's going to have an impact that will be we won't have any vulnerabilities anymore, or everything will be patched before any cyber criminal can exploit it.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. It's going to make things much faster, but a little bit just faster. That's what we will get more other type of vulnerabilities. It's always the same, right? It's not going to change. So one thing that I'm curious about as well on your course before we switch over. By the way, did you have any questions that you wanted to answer from your list?
Someone asked what MobSF does not cover when it comes to static analysis, so something that we can do manually. One thing that tools don't cover, and I don't think AI tools covers it, is everything that is business type vulnerabilities. So everything that is specific to the business and how it works. I have not seen yet any tool that is able to do it automatically. So this is something that you have to do.
Then I have a surprise for you, Gabriela, because we did that. It's kind of funny that you're saying we did that with Djini. Once you upload the binary right now in Djini, you can actually everyone is free to try it out. By the way, it's completely free for one scan. If you upload an app, this is great that Gabriela is saying that, because we wanted to make something that is able to test business logic. So you add in the context, hey, I want you to focus on a certain business logic, for example, a registration flow or something like that. You don't even have to mention. It will actually take that, understand the applications, his clicks around. He will do the business logical stuff. So yeah, I'm great that you're saying that nothing exists like that, because we did that. And I would highly recommend everyone to try it out as well. Go to Djini.ai and try it out completely for free for one scan. Unfortunately, we cannot give like everyone free scans because it costs a lot of money to execute these scans, or else we would have opened it for everyone. Gabriela, thank you so much. It was great having you here. I want to we want to give away one course, and I want to give this opportunity for you as the one that is the selector of doing that. Unfortunately, I cannot. I'm going to share my screen. We're going to do one giveaway. Guys, this is your chance right now. Maybe Arno should click again. He brings the luck to you guys. So I'm going to share the screen, and then we're going to do the next giveaway. This is the course giveaway for the course of the pre-sale of Gabriela's course. By the way, Gabriela's course, we say it's a pre-sale, but the fun thing about her course is that it's 90%, I think more than 90% of the course is done. So if you join it with the pre-sale discount, you basically join the full course. Yeah, I think maybe you can say something about that, Gabriela. How many percentage is done? I think all the courses material is done, just few editing, right?
Yes, a few editings. I need to add a few hands-ons as well, but like I have 90% of the video. That's a nice rate. That's pretty much it.
That's much more than we launched some of the other courses. So I can tell you that that's great. So if you join, you can basically join it for a very reduced price. Now we're going to do the giveaways. Now, guys, I will refresh the page one more time just to see if more of you are commenting. Make sure you comment I'm saying don't believe. Who's saying that? I don't believe. I don't believe that I'm going to take it. Okay, we're gonna do the giveaway, guys. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, I know you were going to click, yeah?
No problem.
I know he's going to click. 93 people, 193 people. Man, this was such a great event. Nice done, guys. We will do some extra giveaway, I'll promise you. Let's go. Here we go. 193 people, scroll down. I don't know. Yes.
Okay, then let's go. Last giveaway for now, for today. And I think I need to click one more time. Or let's do unique as well. Where was the option?
Unique, yes. Exclude duplicates.
Exclude duplicates. So you can add 100 comments, but only one will count. And let's go.
Start.
Okay, now we will count. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey!
Congratulations!
Congrats. You want to say the name?
Keronat?
Keronadi 01. Man, you guys cannot take some easier names or something? What is this, man? Crazy people. But I see people saying in the chat, okay, fake. Hey guys, don't say it's fake because we do our best actually to get a lot of prices out. Please, what kind of attacks and vulnerabilities are with these local models and hallucinations? This is Emmanuel is asking that. You know what, guys? We're going to give away another prize, okay? One more of the same course because I hope some guys will win. But anyone who won, please. The only thing we expect from you is to do a post online that you won so that people can see that you really won this. Because we see some comments saying fake and that kind of stuff. We do our best to give away prizes. These are very expensive courses and we do our best to give everyone a chance to win. Okay, Gabriella, let's do it one more time, but there's one question. What kind of attacks and vulnerabilities are there with local model hallucinations? I don't know if I understand that question really well. So this is Emmanuel 1219 saying that. Gabriela, you want to answer that?
Yes, the course will cover hallucinations, and there's actually in the OWASP-AI testing guide a whole part on how to test for hallucinations.
Amazing.
I hope it answers the question.
Yeah, so you're basically using the OWASP test, the new OWASP testing guideline will help a lot, right, with that
Yeah,
stuff.
definitely.
Yeah, and I guess if it's a remote of a local model, it can happen in both cases.
Yeah.
Same style of attack. And what about like this adversarial data? Some models are learning and that kind of stuff. Like you can inject, right, adversarial stuff in there.
Yes, it's also covered by the OWASP testing guide, and I also mention it in the course. To be clear, for the course, one of my reference was the OWASP-AI testing guide because it's very, very complete. And I also use, but I also mention it as well, all the resources I used. I also use the OWASP-AI exchange. This community is very, very active, and every time there is something, there's also like almost already something to use. And also what's very complete is the MITRE Atlas, which very, very useful also because they also have a table where you can see what attacks are theoretical, what attacks are actually in the wild. And so it's really, really convenient. Like all these tools combined together, you can definitely have a nice way to test for these vulnerabilities.
Yeah, thank you, Gabriela. I'm laughing because these people are just saying crazy stuff in the chat. Let's say this. They are just saying kind stuff, not weird stuff. They are just saying Umid for president, Zelia for president. And so we will go for that. I think Arno is more like a president. So we'll choose Arno as our president. But guys, thank you also. We love you as well. That's why we do another giveaway. We will give one more course away. Tomorrow, it's again a full day of giveaways. Arno, you're sitting like you want to press again. Okay, let's do it. Arno brings luck to some of you guys. Okay, all of you in the chat, say me or Arno do it. Me or Arno, say.
Celia.
Or Zelia, the Catwoman. You guys want, hey, we want to close it off with Catwoman or not? Guys, please, let's say it in the chat. Do we close off with Catwoman? She's gonna take the prize. You know what? I love that idea. Let's do Catwoman! Catwoman!
Meow, 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 meow. So,
With the song, please.
okay.
You have to perform.
Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow.
It's time to do the giveaway. Guys, thank you so much for joining this session. We have a lot of people here. Yalmer, Praveen, everyone, please come into the
Oh,
camera.
no.
Let's say goodbye to everyone. Tomorrow we have another session together with you guys. Let me share the screen because Zelia messed it up. I see. I don't know what she did. But we're going to do another giveaway, guys. It's coming. Just wait a second. If Zelia did not mess it up for you guys.
Did, I'm sorry. So we
No
have to
worries,
fix
no worries. We're going to do this again. So here we go. Catwoman. Choose the
Let's
prize.
go. We are going to exclude the duplicate, so don't worry. Don't
Guys, this is the
spam.
last prize.
We are going to
giving
do it
the last prize away.
one more time. Wait a minute. This is going not well for me. Okay, one more time. Okay, guys. And don't forget, if you don't win tomorrow, we have many more giveaways. And we also have the discount code AIML-early25 for 25% off on top of the already 50% pre-sale discount. So if you don't win, don't cry. Just join, start anytime. And let's go. The next giveaway. Who is it going to be? Meow! 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 90 Clashy
That
CR!
was the best space ever. Guys, done.
Let's
Thank you very much.
go. Thanks, guys.
This was an amazing, amazing session. Gabriela, thank you very much for being here. Guys, we launched the pre-sale of the course of Gabriela. Please, it's a very reduced price. You can join that as well if you want. We have many other things ongoing for tomorrow. Very exciting talks tomorrow. The Ian from Pound Labs will also join, and he has some giveaways. He couldn't join today, but he's going to join for tomorrow, and he has many giveaways. I think 3 boot camps he's going to give away. You will hear more about that tomorrow. On our side, we will give a lot of prizes again. So please help us to spread the news. Share your success of today. Share it on LinkedIn. Please do it for us. This took us a whole month of preparation and everything. I hope this was an engaging time for you guys. I really appreciate everyone who stayed so long in this call. You guys are amazing. God bless you. And the computers or the AI bless you, whatever. Thank you, guys. See you soon. Bye, bye, bye. Thank you, Gabriela, for being amazing. Thanks. See you guys. Thank you all speakers. Bye bye.